from the exodus and loss of London. Tonight, we are joined by, and in order of how likely they are to release a gold platinum record release in the next 5 years, Caleb, the Malkavian Alistair, portrayed by Mark from the Boulette Club. Please do a rouse check to awaken from your torpor slumber.
Is this ascending or descending?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll leave that to your imagination. I've just noticed the cameras are messed up as well. The Camarilla Bruja Armon, portrayed by Nitro Typat. Please do a rouse check to awaken from your torpor state. Gain a hunger. Silas, the Camarilla La Sombra, portrayed by Noscavian. Please do a rouse check to awaken from your torpor state. Excellent. The Camarilla Banu Hakim Blood Scholar, the sensational Sidra, portrayed by Ms. Hartz. Please do a rouse check to awaken from your torpor state. If I can spell your name. Lovely. And most likely to release a hit single within the next 10 years. Xavier Long, the Anarch Bruja, portrayed by Tina. Please do a rouse check to awaken from your torpor state.
Question. Would his hit single be metal or emo?
Metal core. The worst.
Okay. For some reason, I picture Xavier as a Wu-Tang fan. For some reason,
he's the next Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh God, no! He went from rap to pop. What a disgrace! And I like pop.
Please excuse me as I mess around with the cameras. Because I didn't have enough time to do this in the half an hour before we set up, I'm very sorry.
it's all right. It happened.
There we go, that's good enough. Metalcore is the worst. How can you take metal, grindcore, and somehow take the worst elements of each? I love grindcore. I love metal. I hate metalcore. Anyway. We start this week with Silas, wandering down an alleyway in Anarch territory, keeping his undead senses tuned to find suitable prey. The Anarchs are rarely as skilled or careful about hunting as the Camarilla Kindred are. Already, he spotted a potential target that's looking out for someone to feed on. What would you like to do, Silas?
I think I'm going to wait until they're kind of like out of sight in like a dark alley or something like that, and pounce on him before he can pounce on his victims.
Give me strength and brawl then. That's going to be difficulty 2 to catch the Anarch unawares.
I thought you weren't saying difficulties anymore.
Bollocks, you're right, thank you. New rules. Silas, successfully, using the shadows to his advantage, sneaks up behind the Anarch Kindred and restrains him, making sure that he's as silent as possible and keeping his prey also restrained and silent. Going in for the bite?
Yep.
Do your feeding roll, please.
All right.
That's fine. And how much blood would you like to slake?
As much as I can.
Silas sinks his elongated fangs into the flesh of his victim, draining him and feeling his very life essence leave and enter his own system. He discards the body without any care and leaves it dumped in the alleyway, completely drained of vitae, making sure to take note for himself, to have the Nosferatu come and clean up the mess. You may slake 3 hunger.
Alrighty.
Meanwhile, across city, in Sidra's haven, Sidra is in her domain with Kulal, who has visited her.
Fuck up too. You're unmuted. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Silas, Sidra, because they're so similar. Sidra is in her domain with Kulal, who has visited her. A rare honour that a Primogen would personally visit a lesser kindred, and their own haven no less. Sidra guides the Primogen down her hidden trapdoor and into her sanctum. Read into that however you want. The sound of her rainstick hangs in the air. Sidra gestures to one of the seats in between the many filled bookshelves as they each take a seat. Sister Sidra, thank you for allowing me to attend you here.
You are most welcome. To what do I owe the pleasure?
We shall get to the formalities in due course. For now, I wish to inform you that we are still clearing the former Tremere domain of their parlour tricks, but we are making progress, and will be taking dominion over it in the coming nights. The reason I am here tonight is thanks to your work planting the listening scroll within the Church of Set's holding, we have been able to discover some of their machinations. This Methuselah Ramlar that they are attempting to bring back does indeed exist. It also seems that they have successfully located and taken possession of the body, having broken in and stolen it from the Ashmolean Museum. We have been unable to ascertain exactly their way of targeting potential sacrifices. We have been able to get an idea of their vetting process, though. They have various activity groups. They choose from the city's desperate, downtrodden, but also their most talented. We would guess that they have certain criteria, things that are reminiscent of Ramlar when it walked upon this earth. Sadly, information on Ramlar is lacking. Can't handle the information dump.
And we're back. Discord just crashed.
Excellent. Where did I lose you?
The most talented.
We would guess that they have certain criteria, things that are reminiscent of Ramlar itself when it walked upon the earth. Sadly, information on Ramlar is lacking. There is more myth than legend. Taking information from the groups the Church of Set has set up, it would be fair to guess Dancer, Mystic, and Demanding of Respect are all possible and highly likely criteria, but specific information is impossible to get. We have, however, had a significant breakthrough. There is a sacrifice planned tonight, an important one. It will be at Cassington, outside the city, at St. Peter's Church. Go there, tonight, disrupt the sacrifice. There will be kindred of significance to the church there also. This is a chance to cut the head of the serpent and deal them a setback that will be sure to hurt them, if not end their machinations.
So this isn't a quiet operation.
Not at all. Of course, respect the masquerade. But once inside the church's grounds, you are free to do as you please, though I do recommend caution.
Of course.
Even if you take your coterie with you, you will likely be highly outnumbered.
But we're to stop the sacrifice?
You are to stop Ramlar being raised. If that means stopping the sacrifice, that would seem the obvious way to do it. If you are able to, deal the church a significant blow, one from which it will take them much time to recover.
It sounds challenging, but of course we are up for the task.
And that is why I have come to you with this.
It is my honor.
Do you have any other questions before I take my leave?
Only if there's any more information we know. Anything else that you've learned about the Church of Set?
Nothing that I have not already informed you of.
I've been very honored to have you here in my domain tonight, in my haven tonight.
It is an interesting haven. You will find your coterie at Elysium. You really need to
Thank you.
consider acquiring your own new domain for the coterie.
It is on our to-do list.
Then go silently into the night, sister.
And I bow deeply.
He places his hand on the back of your head. In Elysium, across the city. The coterie are meeting up. Since their own domain was destroyed, Elysium has become their go-to main meeting place. It is empty tonight, with one of the constable's deputies guarding over the place. Lorvan is sat in a corner, sipping on his drink. Pandora's booth is empty, and a few other kindred are dotted around, but none that the coterie know. Amon and Xavier are standing at the bar, talking with Silas, waiting for Sidra to arrive.
Typical Amon fashion. Backwards cowboy stance at the bar.
So then, as soon as I wake up, she's fucking standing there with my jacket ready to put it on. Like, I just cannot live with Pandora any longer.
Dolores.
Or, yeah, Dolores, sorry. My
Oh
problem.
no, it seems like somebody's finally cleaning you up a little bit. It's kind of nice.
What do you mean cleaning it up? Nothing was fucking in there in the first place.
No, I just meant you personally.
Thanks.
As I walk in, I join them at the bar. But I don't get a drink yet. Even though you're drinking right now.
So, Silas, your sire, I guess is the best term. Can't think of anything more apt at the moment. Seems to have taken a liking to me last time. Has he said anything about me?
Well, it is true, Amon, that you showed great potential. You did make an unfortunate choice. But everyone makes a mistake. So
yeah,
you show
I feel
potential.
it. And I just lean over to Xavier and I whisper, I think Lorvan likes me more than he likes him.
Congrats.
It's just amusing to me. What? CJ?
What are you doing? Talking to Lorvan
No.
about offers?
No, I'm not talking. No, he means the original offer. He's still kind of busting me over it. I had a little chat with Lorvan.
Sidra, you
after
probably
all
need to
that
lay off the
last time.
spike blood for a little bit. Holy crap. Walk
Yes,
up
There's
and
no new offers.
Oof.
There's no new offers. I'm
The,
just trying to rise out of the new guy.
Okay.
The other night, Amon and I had a talk with Lorvan, and Amon was very gracious. Lorvan and apologized for his behavior.
You apologized?
I just shrugged my shoulders a little bit, like, it's whatever.
At least he
Yeah.
knows to be respectful.
I can't keep everyone mad at me.
Fuck Lorvan. We saved his ass and he turns around and says we didn't.
Welcome to the Camarilla.
Oh, I know. And I'm sure choosing
a mom,
your shitty ass
welcome.
clan would have been the right move anyways, Silas. I mean, no offense, but
It is unfortunate that our clan's position in the Kimrilla is currently tenuous, but we certainly aspire to improve our standing in our situation.
you want a tip?
That's what was that?
You're
You
gonna
want
give
a
him
tip?
tips, huh?
Sure. What is your tip, Xavier?
Leave being a dick to the Bruja.
I out loud, I just go, yeah, he's right,
The Ventru.
That too. That's a fair point.
Sure, but when you're
Depends
stuck
on
being
the
the fucking
flavor of the-
The
librarian,
Ventru, or are the Ventru more assholes? Is that why the
Think you guys
Bua
seen the South
always
Park
fuck
movie?
with it?
Yeah.
I mean, from my experience, the Lasombra try to insert themselves into your own fucking business. The Ventru really only are assholes if you go to them first. Maybe probably less.
The Samba just like Clan Lasamba on the whole likes to keep things ordered and efficient
Could be worse. Mirror.
for results than anything else.
So wait, why are we here again? Did Pandora want to see us?
I think this is just kind of our meeting spot now.
Oh, forgot.
We need to find a new haven.
Yeah.
At that moment, you notice Pandora, slowly and elegantly, walks down the wrought iron spiral staircase, arm in arm with Caleb. She gives him a small smile as he goes off towards the bar, and she makes her way towards her booth. She sits down,
I do.
glances over at the bar. The barman immediately, without hesitation, reaches underneath the bar and brings over her silver chalice filled with blood.
I roll my head over and look at Sidra. Don't worry, they're just friends.
She's always had a thing for Malkavians.
True. Why?
No clue.
That raises more questions than it answers.
Complete my approach. She tells the most wonderful stories, and well done for not murdering each other while I was away. Give yourselves a pat on
Yeah,
the
I was
back.
wondering where you went.
The business. It is what it is. I'd rather be here. Killing snakes with you was fun.
Speaking of,
And Caleb, at that point, rolls his jeans up and reveals some snakeskin boots that he made out of some of the snakes that we killed last time.
Better believe you're getting an
so
XP
wait,
point for
is
that.
it made out of actual snake or are they human skin boots? I'm sorry, kindred skin boots.
No, it's a snake. Didn't seem to have any
I
problem.
I kind of wish I had thought of doing something like that. Maybe not with snakes, though. Not my style.
Those boots would certainly be sending a good message the next time we have encounters with the followers of Set. That's certain.
So speaking of, apparently they are going to try to raise Ramlar. They have stolen the mummy from the museum, and they are going to do a ceremony with a sacrifice tonight.
Well, they've been busy.
Of course they have.
You always
Who told
bring me
you?
the good stuff.
Who told you this?
My Primogen.
Cool. He can go fuck himself.
And
I mean,
yeah, he's kind of a dick, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm not doing his bidding. Unless you can convince me, I'm not doing it for fucking him. Not after last time.
Well, how about for all of the other sacrifices they've made?
What about it? Tell him to send send the sheriff. He's obviously capable of taking care of this shit on his own. Why take up our time? We've got other shit to deal with. I don't know. Look for the doctor. Ripper.
You don't care about the little girl that they abducted and tried to sacrifice before?
I cared before. Are you telling me they abducted another child?
We don't know who they've abducted.
Okay, well, then sheriff can go take care of it.
So if they
Xavier,
abducted a child, you're okay with that?
She has a point. And I'd like to point out that, I mean, think back to when you all first, this wonderful arrangement happened. You've grown in strength and influence since. One probably more than the other. And you, certainly, Xavier, fuck the system, right? Wouldn't growing in strength be the fastest way? Eventually, those who use you for their own ends will realize you are beyond their influence to control.
Caleb, if I ran around here worrying about every fucking person's business and thinking they were involved in child murder or rape, I'd be La Sombra. I'm not just going to assume everybody's doing that stuff. Don't hang it over my head. I look at Sidra. I get what you're going for. It's not going to work every time.
Consider it it's in your own self-interest.
What interest of this is mine?
Well, every time you go on one of these wonderful excursions, you learn a little something, do you not?
I mean,
well,
that goes with it could be a child. I'm not going to go around thinking that I'm going to get something out of this or that something else is going to be there that I want to take care of every time. I'm not chasing it off the porch. You're asking me to chase a stick off the porch every time something comes up.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but whatever Sidra's doing, I'm actually obligated to do too. So
shut up. We know that. You're sucking her dick. I got it.
Right, but if I'm going, who else is going?
I'm also not only going because my Primogen told me to. There may be people that I know who are caught up in this, and I want to make sure they're safe.
Well, I'm here to deal with that blasted abomination, and if I'm going to do that, I'm going to need you all alive, so I'm going to have to come with you. I mean, you had me at sacrificial child, but if you want extra incentive, there it is.
Human sacrifices aside and Primogen orders aside, the fact of the matter is, the followers of Set are trying to encroach on territory. The territory is already overcrowded, overpopulated. We don't need competition. We need to eliminate them.
Who's we?
Yeah, that's true.
I like this guy.
Well, Xavier, if we eliminate them, maybe we can take their space for our own haven.
Joy.
Maybe we could
Just
get it
run a
back.
black light over the place first.
Yeah. Hopefully it's got a strip
Jackson
pole
Pollock.
and a sacrifice table in it. That would be fantastic.
We can certainly make arrangements to have those in our haven, wherever that may be.
Jesus fucking Christ. I stand up and walk towards the stairs.
I think it's a yes.
Yeah,
I would take that
mean,
as a yes.
It takes a while, but we eventually got him.
Oh, he does this song and dance every bloody time you ask him to do something.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yep.
It's amazing. You should have seen how quickly we did the thing last week.
Oh,
Almost too
I
quick.
mean, be worried on the occasion where he does just jump.
Yeah. Yeah. Knowing him, yeah.
Well, shall we?
Let's.
Silas would stand and he'd start to head out.
Yeah, same.
I would probably actually, when they walk away, I'll ask Sidra if there is anything else we need to keep an eye out for or make sure we do while we're there. Like any extra information the Primogen might have given her.
We're going to be outnumbered.
Oh, that's nice to know.
And yeah. And there's going to be a sacrifice, and it may be directly related to raising Ramlar.
Cool, so don't let the sacrifice happen. Gotcha.
We don't have to be quiet, but
With that,
We're
if we're
probably gonna be
outnumbered,
outnumbered.
though, yeah, if we're outnumbered, we should stay quiet. And as soon as Sidra gets ready to go, I'll follow her.
I'll head upstairs.
As you all head out, the generic-looking man, faceless in his appearance, returns all of your weapons. As you all exit, you still notice that Xavier is getting 5 of his 7 guns returned to him, and you form an orderly queue. Caleb just stands to one side, shaking his head, not understanding why they have to give up their weapons, but not particularly caring either.
Should get yourselves one of these. It's great. And it just scrolls out.
Heading to Armand's vehicle?
I don't think we're all going to fit in Caleb's.
They head to Armand's car, and each take a seat, and head out towards Cassington and St. Peter's Church. Is there anything you wish to discuss on your drive?
So, Caleb, where exactly were you? Seemed pretty important that you upped and left.
Well, our abomination issue. It struck me that the Inner Council often sends me after people on the list that, quite frankly, far outstrip my abilities, at least vampirically. The blink and you die sort of fellows. So I usually have to come up with rather creative ways to remove them from the list. I'm very good at my job. And, well, I pitched a few ideas. I don't want to promise you anything, but we could have a solution.
Well, at least somebody high up in the Camarilla is treating this seriously.
I
Look at our
think
princes.
I know that's kind of what I meant.
it is worrying. But you're correct. I mean, if I'm able to acquire at least half of what I asked for, we should be... Well, we probably only have about a 10% chance of surviving instead of 5. So, doubled our odds.
I've heard worse.
Caleb, can I ask you a serious question right now?
Yeah. Well, is there any other type from you? Go ahead.
Yeah, serious questions, because you were in the military. You're going to fight an enemy, and you know how strong they are, right?
Yes.
Would you ever send 10% of a 10% chance to go kill them, knowing you only had a 10% chance? If you had the ability to send more? You don't think it's a little fucked up that they're like, yeah, you know what? Just try. Let's, this thing that's really fucking scary, let's not just guarantee we can kill it. Let's just only send about a 10% chance.
If you're indicating that they should be sending the sheriff and
No, fuck him.
whoever else.
There's obviously more powerful out there. You work for the whatever, the Pearl Tower or whatever.
Well,
Some of those lazy fucks go out and fight this thing. Maybe they should see firsthand how fucking scary this thing is.
I can't
Instead of
argue
giving
with
us
that.
10% of a fucking success rate. Absurd.
Put it this way, the one thing that your side and the camera will agree on to a certain extent is the Masquerade, no?
Sure.
Well, you don't send a general to the front lines, because if the general dies, the army falls to pieces. Masquerade falls to pieces. The Second Inquisition capitalize.
I think what Xavier's trying to say is, why send a platoon when you have an array of tanks?
Yeah, I'm not saying that they need to send the general. You're just I think you're just kind of ignoring.
Unless you got us a tank, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
yeah, don't get me
it was on the
wrong.
list.
Bazooka, yeah. I'm using stuff as an example. My point is, be a little more creative instead of settling on, you know what? They're disposable. They had a 5% chance. Let's buff them up. We'll give them a 10% chance. If they fail, we're just going to ignore this problem later on. Or maybe we'll just keep throwing the 5% chance. And I don't know, maybe out of 100 times, we'll succeed. Hopefully, we'll just let future us deal with that instead of just worrying about it right now.
You know, it's funny. It's not even a Kindred thing. People in high-up organizations like this do that all of the time. Trust me.
I'm not very knowledgeable on this, but do you know why when it comes to war between the Camarilla and Anarchs, the Camis don't really like fighting the fucking Anarchs? It's because we get off the fucking pot. We don't shit, okay? We throw everything we fucking have at it. Couldn't think of a better analogy. I was stumbling there.
Shit pots aside, doubling our chances is certainly good, but 10% is quite pathetically low. I do have to agree with Xavier in that a 10% chance of success does not instill confidence in me. I would certainly like to bide our time until we could get upwards of a 80, 90 plus percentile chance of success.
Going by the numbers
Well,
here, huh?
I think you may be waiting for a long time for that sort.
If only there was some way to weaponize the sun.
I mean, or shove some astrolite down its fucking throat.
What if we
We
put it in
have
peanut
found-
butter?
What are we gonna do? Kidnap a human and open them
Here's
up and stick some astrolite in it, and then when it gets eaten, hit a detonator?
Xavier, I think that's the best idea you've had yet.
I once hid a grenade inside a cow to kill a Samichi I was hunting. I mean, it's not a bad
Same
idea.
thing.
Yeah, we would just.
Although,
Well, I
Yeah.
love the idea of blowing this thing up from the inside. I gotta remind you that it has a particular type of prey.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Well, the
So we-
prey isn't
Got
human.
it.
We strap Isle of Seafort of Vesh. And then just
Astrolight's better than C4.
present them to the abomination
I'm
with
glad
a
out of
sticker
all the
on.
pictures you saw
Find
there.
a thin blood that can
You
do
picked
some
best.
sort of fancy ass fucking power, and for glory,
Yes.
motherfucker, throw him in there and have him firebolt something, and voila, it
If-
gets eaten and blown up.
If
1d10
we can
damage.
if we can manage to find an individual who matches what it is this abomination prefers in its prey, we could get that individual to volunteer to be stuffed with astrolite,
Not
and
it.
then when attacked, we detonate them.
I mean, so
This-
you just say we dress them all up like they're in the fucking cult and have a secret meeting.
Or we could get an actual cult member.
I look at Sidra. Not it, right?
Not it.
I love how nobody's bringing up the fact that it didn't have a picture of Caesar. It had a picture of me.
He's not it either.
No,
But
but
I'm
I'm
Well,
saying what I'm saying. Amon, you got another mask? Put somebody in your mask. Send them down there.
Let's not go jumping to
Oh.
conclusions and ruling things out before we've thought it through, okay, everyone?
Plus, Mercy could like smell the difference, so I'm
That's
guessing
true.
the abomination could probably smell the difference too.
Hmm.
And while I don't want to put this doom and gloom in our heads, Astrolite's powerful, but remember this thing couldn't be staked. So who knows if fire and explosions would even be that dangerous to it compared to us.
At,
Without legs.
I mean, astrolite, ingest an astrolite bomb and it explodes. I mean, it's in a cartoon. It might
We're
blow a
not in a
hole in it.
cartoon.
I don't know if it'll blow it up. But if,
It
Yeah.
would render it incapacitated for a little bit.
sure, if it hurt it for a little bit, we might be able to wrap some chains
Set it out
around
in
it
the
and
sun.
drag it outside and see if it, well,
Yeah.
no, I'm not going to be near the sun. Fuck that.
Or just keep stabbing it. I would just keep stabbing. As we've known, or as we figured out last week, even if it looks dead, cut its head off.
And then throw it in the Mariner's Trench.
Yeah.
Still more fan of sunlight.
You'll be
Anyways.
surprised how many people the Inner Council have thrown into the Mariner's Trench.
Back to my original point. Take this up your fucking ladder. We need more than 10%.
Table wars.
I think you have a grave misunderstanding of how my arrangement with the Inner Council works, and I wish it were different. But the communication is generally one way. My being called away, it's the first time in 2002, Madrid. Last time that happened. Bastards caught me sleeping.
It is nice to hear that maybe finally we have some backup. And not just, oh, let this young coterie die.
Yeah. Like I said, glad somebody up higher up in the Camarilla is taking this somewhat seriously.
Believe it when I fucking see it.
I agree.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Nobody in the Anarchs are getting off their fucking ass to help us either, so. But that's to be
They probably
expected.
don't even know.
Oh, they know.
But they don't care if they're dying.
Camarillas have it so far stuck up their ass, they'd rather them die over it for a while until they worry about it. Don't get me wrong. They would love to see every single one of you die to this thing before they threw any one of theirs at it. They wouldn't even give a fuck if I died to it.
The journey carries on, with Xavier pointing at various people that they pass in the road saying, wouldn't give a fuck about him if they died, wouldn't give a fuck about him if they died, and completely ignoring the fact that they've got to infiltrate the Church of Set and not discussing any strategy whatsoever for entering the Church of Set and how they're going to approach the task ahead of them.
Well, we haven't seen the church yet, so.
The coterie park up around the corner from the church itself, thinking they should at least be silent on approach, because the storyteller has to strategize for them. The night is cold as the December winter air chills even their undead bones. The coterie exit their vehicle and approach the church. There are no street lights in the area, and the nearby house has its lights out. But as the coterie approach the small gate, they catch sight of a woman, dressed in black, with one leg raised and her foot rested against a small stone wall. Sidra can't believe her eyes as she sees Fawnie standing there, waiting in the dark.
Okay, you do that in the instant that Fawnie went to the bathroom.
Fawnie suddenly disappears into the bushes.
Oh, we're doing spy things. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little earlier than we thought. We needed more of a warning. Sorry. That's a lot of wine. What am I supposed to say? So we have just come upon the church, and I see Fawnie standing out in front of it. Just follow my lead. Oh my God! Fawnie, why are you here? You should be at home.
Fuck you, you're not my mum.
I'm reading the notes here because Shiver didn't give us a script.
Shiver doesn't do scripts.
He also doesn't give us any information to plan off of.
We're all just in the car, and they're outside talking. We're just like, so what do you think this is all about?
So you're just trying to get me inside the church. You're staying outside the church and you want to get us inside. Okay. So what do I?
Well, while we're just arriving, I think I might heal some. Do a rouse check.
Oh, do a rouse check for me, please.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Okay.
Wasn't
Excellent.
this why she ran off before?
Yeah, but that woman doesn't look like my wife, so I think this might be real.
I'll repeat my line again. No.
Wait, shit, no, no, never mind. I don't say that because I was still convinced that that was my wife, my actual wife.
No, that is definitely Fawnie. Fawnie, why are you here? You should be at home.
Just come inside the church and I'll show you everything.
I don't trust her.
But how are you getting wrapped up in this stuff? Let me just keep repeating the same line.
Just come inside. I'll show you everything. It's not what you think.
We need to go inside anyway. She may be our in.
Well, I mean, don't just stand there. You heard the woman, and it kind of was gone like both his guns. And like, let's go.
It's a church, not a school.
Oh god. As much as
I'm
this
English.
has-
We don't do school shooters here.
Oh, yeah.
Sort it out. Yeah.
As much as this is setting off red flags for me, to be completely honest, if Caleb's alright with it, I guess I am too.
I'd prefer not to just go waltzing in, but if that's the plan, I'll stick with everyone else.
Don't you trust me?
No.
Sidra, think
I
with your
do.
head, not your heart.
I'm gonna just take my glasses down, stare, like, just eye contact with Fawnie. I'm like,
Actually, Sidra, can I talk to you a second?
Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm watching you.
I'm just
And
standing.
I
like,
leave her with Caleb and Amon and Silas as I walk off with Xavier.
yeah, I'm just like Caleb's
Don't
like
do
face to
anything
face
to
with
her.
her. Caleb's just like face to face with her, and I'm just sitting there looking back between her and Caleb.
So everyone needs to do a hunger friend. No, it's fine.
How are you?
Sidra, if she's here and a part of this, you think she's got some kind of idea of who you are?
I mean, we've been together so long, she probably has some kind of idea anyway.
Don't stop acting like a human then. I understand you love her, but now's not the time to let that be in our way. Use your head.
So so if I was using my head, and if it's only because I loved her, I would be taking her home right now.
Sidra,
If we follow
How
her
far-
in, that's a way inside.
do a frenzy check for me, please. Difficulty 2. I have to tell you the difficulty of that one.
Yeah, you
Mm.
did.
Okay.
God.
Being admonished by Xavier, Sidra begins to hear the distant barking of dogs. Fortunately, she's able to control herself from smashing Xavier's skull in right then and there for questioning her leadership.
I'd like to see her try.
Oh God, that would be an interesting fight. Let's not do it.
Yeah,
The night is early.
Smashing of skulls.
Oh,
For you, it would be.
What's up?
I think we're best friends now.
Nice.
She told me so much. Your backstory is so tragic, Sidra. My heart goes out to you. I'm just fucking kidding. She's not said a word. I don't know what's going on here. But to be honest, and I look around for a second. Do I spy any other way in aside from walking through the front door like a gonk?
No, my chumba, you do not.
Well, and I'm looking like on the roof. I mean, I don't really want to climb, and it'll probably be fruitless. Let's just do this.
I can climb.
Oh, well done.
Well, I mean, if we need that. Not saying.
Are you going to turn into a giant monkey and climb up the spire of the church?
Was that
Mhm.
interpretation of basically patting him on the head? That's nice.
That's how
Yeah.
I took it.
Leave the rest of us sitting on the ground here like... Look. There's obviously something funny going on here. You don't need to be the group lunatic to know that, but we need to get this done. And whatever's going on here, which does this in Fawnie's like face, is probably best figuring it out if we do just walk in the front door and kill anybody that looks at us funny.
As much as
I walk
agree
back
with
up
that,
as soon as he says kill anybody that looks at us funny. I say, except her.
Oh, she's not looking at Miss Funny. That's a longing look, dear. We should learn to read the signals.
I mean,
Trust me. I know.
Sidra. I'll kill her if she does something funny. But she's
Good
really
luck
going to
with
have to
that.
push that line. Yeah.
can I go up to Fawnie and just do the like eye tracking thing, see if she's like cognitively there, like if she's being brainwashed?
Yes.
You can go ahead. It won't be taken well.
I do that then. I just go up and I start moving my finger back and forth. Like I've experienced like people in the days before done by vampires, so I'm just like trying to check if she's.
It's fine. Fawny seems
I'm not following.
there,
I'm
sober,
not following the finger.
but she does look at you very pissed off. Which brings back memories of your wife.
Yeah.
His wife was a deer.
I didn't design her that way.
Same shit, different woman.
As soon as I get that glare back from Vonnie, I just turn around to the group, go, well, she's definitely not brainwashed. I don't think.
Let's
She's not being dom. You know.
Remind me
Let's-
again, Amon. Who did we see the last time I went on a little excursion with yourselves? Who was it that you spotted inside?
My wife was there. Why?
Yes, so you're the expert on brainwashing. Okay. We need to just.
I like that.
There's no
But she was
point hanging
there.
around. Okay.
Let's just get on with it and get this over with. Go
For
in
once, I
and
agree with
see
Captain Personality over here. Let's do it.
what they have to say. But thank you. I have immense personality.
I don't have a joke. I'm sorry. You've.
Burnt steak, still a steak, I guess.
I mean, I literally want to say, come with me if you want to live.
Say it.
Come with me if you want to live.
Oh god.
Fawny guides the coterie around the side of the church, taking them through the ancient graveyard and past various tombstones covered in moss. As they approach the opposite end of the church, Fawny walks up to a large double wooden panel, which easily opens for her with assistance from Armand. The opening holds inside a small ramp down that leads into the depths of the church's cellar. Fawny leads them down into surprisingly large catacombs, just barely lit by an exposed bulb once every few feet. She comes to a stop after a long corridor. Now I've lost my fucking place. Stupid cunt.
You just led us to a corridor under a church. Nothing.
She turns to face the coterie, takes one step back, as about 20 Setite disciples walk out from the shadows, surrounding the coterie, and each restraining them.
Classic.
Heavily outnumbered, the coterie yield to the overwhelming force, and are escorted, under protest, mostly from Xavier, deeper into the catacombs, and to some kind of makeshift prison cell. They are caged up and held in the cold dungeon, with fluorescent lights burning their eyes as they look around. They can see the iron bars, and Fawny once more standing at the door to their cell. It seems, aside from their visitor, they are the only ones contained within the room.
I'm giving the most evil fucking look to Caleb and Sidra the whole time down. Just very angry.
I mean, I've got enough first.
What are you doing here? You were just out there. You can be totally clueless.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've been here the whole time.
You just let us in here.
That wasn't me.
But I saw you. I mean,
Did you?
Sidra, your girlfriend's talking in riddles.
okay, so maybe you were right, Xavier. Maybe the person outside wasn't funny. But this is.
Are we sure?
Xavier turns and walks into a corner of the cell and bangs his head continuously against one of the bricks.
I mean, that's like raising little girls.
I have a wonderful test. I have a wonderful test. Every time we bump into a Fawnie, I just shoot her in the foot, and we can find out whether she's real.
Sidra, you don't need
I
to
know.
apologize because he was the one that really wanted to come in here too, and I point to Caleb.
I mean, we got in.
That's my curiosity.
Yay. We're in. Now what do we do?
I
Well-
suppose now that we're in, we have to get out.
He's the brains of the outfit.
Yep.
Okay.
I know. I know how to find out if this is the real Fawnie.
Do it quick because at this point I'm gonna start killing all of them until it's really her.
Yes, do enlighten us.
Fawnie,
Yes.
I need a tiny drop of your blood.
Why would I need to give you that? That
Just-
sounds weird.
And this isn't weird?
No, this is fine. Everything's fine.
This is fine?
Yes.
How
Yes,
is fine?
I just don't think you understand what's happening. It'll all be explained.
When? By
That sounds
who?
marvelous.
It'll all come out eventually, and it's due time.
Okay, I trust you very much. But I need you to trust me too. It's not gonna hurt. I just need one tiny drop of your blood, just to prick your finger.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
I'm going to taste it.
Okay, now that's weird.
We've been through a lot together and a lot of weird things.
Yes, I get that. We've shared a lot of bodily fluids, but that is a little bit weird.
just one tiny drop of blood.
And what's with this do? Why does he keep staring at me like that?
And when you said bodily fluids, kind of took a step back because he totally didn't read that at all until now. He goes, "Oh, it's like that." Well, now I'm embarrassed.
That makes two of
It's
us.
just like a diabetes test. I just need one tiny drop of blood.
Clearly, I'm not diabetic. Come on. You're going to have to do better than that. You're kind of freaking me out.
Please just trust me. I'm just trying to keep you safe.
What can be safer than where you're at right now? You're in a church.
This is safe?
You're in a church.
This is a prison.
Well, it's a matter of perspective.
I mean, with all due respect, this is church for BDSM. This isn't no normal church. Sorry.
Is that true?
I mean, it's a cult church. I mean,
It fucking
this
is
a
now.
cult.
She would know. She's an expert.
I don't know. That's just, it sounds really, really odd that you would ask me something like that. I mean, you've seen what happens with 23andMe.
It's not like I'm going to be taking your blood in for testing. I don't even know what that is.
She's right. They con you and the CIA.
Inverts it. It's
They have
24 and you.
obviously brainwashed. Yeah, it's 24 and you. Copyright issues.
Gotcha.
Just one little drop. That's all I'm asking.
I mean, the next thing you're going to be asking for a piece of my hair. This sounds like some really weird voodoo.
You're the one
magic,
in a cult!
crazy stuff. I don't know what you're talking about.
While
Shiver,
they're
are we-
bickering back,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, while they're bickering back and forth, we're not like bound or anything. We're
Exactly
just
what I was
in
about to
this
ask.
room.
No.
Okay. Can I just approach the door? Like, is there a window on the door or anything?
I mean, it's iron bars.
I have no idea.
Fire bar. Can I try and see if there's anybody outside of the cell?
I'm not going to be able to see around the corner without
Okay.
I lean over to
Uh,
Caleb and I whisper, is there any way that you could force her to play along with this?
Give it a shot.
I don't know if he
You know,
can. I know I can.
For all of
Silas
the
probably would ask about that.
Yeah, for all of the things we can do, I do tend to rely on the more mundane aspects of our nature. I think maybe our besuited friend over here may be a little better at that than I am.
What's this now?
You need to go over there and give her the void cap test, my friend. Make sure she's not a replicant.
I'll walk over to Fawny. So you're some sort of replicant, or you're pretending to be someone you're not?
Why would you ask such a bizarre question? I wouldn't pretend
To
to be
ask.
anybody who I am.
Like you've never
So,
seen.
so you've been here, but you are also outside?
How could that be possible? How could I be outside when I'm here? I can't be two places at once.
we've seen Stranger, to be honest.
I'll turn to the coterie. I mean, I can ask her questions. I can try to tell her to answer me truthfully, but if she's been truthful and she doesn't know anything, it's not going to help us.
Silas, if you
Xavier?
ask her if she's actually who she is, and your lie detector doesn't go off, then she's who she is. It doesn't matter if she's some other version of her. Clone
I
may
want
still be them. So let's start there. Is it her?
They're
but the-
basically talking about making you tell the truth, like a lie detector test, which
The
you will
problem
be
with the lie-
subjected to them.
Why
You
do
know
I
with
me.
the lie,
I
the
don't have
problem
to
with the
prove
lie.
anything to Wave's hand them? I don't even know who they are.
They
just-
can make you do whatever they want. But
I've
you
heard that
know me. You trust me.
I mean, if anybody can make me do something they want, that would be you.
And all I want's a drop of blood. You know I wouldn't hurt you.
I've heard stories about what happens with blood. That's just really weird. I don't know why you keep asking me that.
What are they telling you here? What are they doing to you?
Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm just here to dance.
We're behind bars and everything is fine.
You
Well,
hear?
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know
Hold
what
on,
Paul
hold
did
on.
to in
Sidra,
that position.
Sidra, hold on. Let's rewind a bit. What did you say you were here for?
I'm here to
Fawny?
dance, right? I'm just here to dance.
What do you mean here to dance?
I'm here to study dance. That's what I do. I'm a dancer.
She's a professional dancer.
Okay. Well, there's some info on why some more info on why she's here. That gives us something.
Yeah, we heard about that at the last thing too. They mentioned targeting dancers and dance classes, and
Oh.
we saw her there. As much as you wanted to say that it wasn't her, I know I saw her.
I mean, my wife was there too, so I believe you.
I sigh real heavily.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Karen just takes out a single. Takes a single moment. He's like, I don't want to be the one to have to suggest this sort of thing. You can feel the tension growing in the cell by the second. I'd rather not be stuck in here any longer. Give her your blood or else.
Or else what? You're behind bars. What exactly do you think you can do?
Shiver.
Yes, babe.
Did they take all my weapons?
Yes. You can see
Even
them.
The pistol that's
You can
on
see them
my
across the
ankle?
room.
Okay.
But no one asked. I want to see what's in the room, so
We're busy.
So they even took the one on my ankle?
yes.
The Christmas gift.
I will walk up to the gate, and I will look at Fawny, and I will use Mesmerize, and I will tell her to open the gate.
Show me mesmerize.
Dude, what are you doing?
God, is there a TLDR for that?
I just put the whole thing there, sorry.
Yes, do a rouse check for me, please.
Okay.
Shiver will tell us why.
Gain a hunger. And you need to do manipulation and dominate versus Fawny's intelligence and
Okay.
resolve.
Dice rolls he's doing it for you. Oh. Oh my god!
Good lord.
Well, crap.
Really good.
That's
You
amazing.
roll a 6, even better.
I guess we'll probably roll for 3 dice.
You motherfucker.
I'm killing him.
Oh, yeah.
No. Just trying to
Unless
get
you don't
him
want me
back.
to, because we both quit. So.
Yeah, I don't want you to. Instead,
Okay, that's fine.
Fawny's
It's
just
a
going to
quit,
give you
that's
the
fine.
strangest look a woman has given you this week.
He's trying to hypnotize you, basically. And you resist it.
And she leaves.
Draven redeem points.
She turns around
Oh,
and just
Traven's
leaves
giving
you
Silas a
in the
reroll.
cell. Well, bollocks, too late. Stack it up. And leaves the coterie alone in the cell to think about what they just tried to do.
So, Shiver, what's in the cell?
Do wits and awareness for me,
Ash-
please.
As she leaves, I'm just keeping out, Fawny! Fawny!
Wait, do you sound like the lady in Silence of the Lambs yelling for Precious? If so, I'm going to shut you up.
Would you like to stick with it, or would you like to re-roll? I like not telling you the difficulty.
I know, it's terrible.
Am I walking away? Yeah.
Sure, why not? I'll reroll. 2. There we go. Good thing Fawny's on the other side of the bars.
Well, she left now.
Armand attempts to look around the cell and take in exactly what he can see. All the meanwhile, the beast inside of him is screaming, shouting at him to release. He needs to get out. He needs to dominate himself and show that he's better than this. You will be suffering from the rebellion compulsion. Until you have gone against orders or expectations, perceived or real, you receive a 2 dice penalty to all your rolls. This will end when you have managed to make someone change their mind, by force if necessary, or done the opposite of what was expected of you.
Oh, that's a dilemma. Because I was thinking, oh man, I'll just go rip the door off. But that would be expected of me. I rip doors off. That's what I do.
What door? I thought there were bars.
Well, the cell door, the bars. The thing that opens and lets you walk through.
Well,
Vastly different, by the way. Doors and bars. Just
Well, it's a bar. It's a door made out of bars.
Well, the subtle approach didn't work, so, Amon, do the thing.
Why, so we can get caught?
You like staying in close proximity.
Immediately, I know. As soon as he starts to do, if he says something like that, Amon loves breaking doors down and picking locks. Tell him to do that, and he questions you. Now's not a good time. Amon, go stand in the corner because you're fucking useless right now.
I stand exactly where I'm at, and I cross my arms.
I mean, if that's how you're gonna pout, I give no fucks. Just get out of my way.
Wait, are you doing what Xavier tells you to?
No.
No, he didn't.
Ooh. My turn. Amon, stand on one leg.
I just blankly just stare at you.
I go over and try to force the gate or whatever open.
Strength and strength for me, please.
Okay.
Ooh.
You're at hunger 4?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's why I didn't use prowess.
It's alright, there's disciples upstairs. Free food. Practically a
Yeah,
buffet.
but there's like 80 in there.
Yeah, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Okay. Xavier walks up to the bars, looks at them, cracks his knuckles, places a hand on each one. He manages to rip the door off its hinges. As he does so, the beast inside of him begins to wail and scream. He can hear the sound of his dying wife and child. No, it's just his child, sorry, not his wife. The door
That's new.
gets thrown across the room. He wanted to exert his dominance over Armon and the rest of the coterie. However, as the door crashes and clangs against the other side of the wall, he feels he has quelled himself and proven that he is the dominant one. All that needs left is for him to gloat over it and satisfy the beast screaming in his ear.
Oh, that's neat.
I look over Amon. I lost it. Never mind. I'll hold it. Damn it.
And as kind
Happens
of
as you get
walking,
older.
hand the thing off.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll walk over and grab my guns and then pick up the shotgun and cock it. And I'll say, Amon, you better stop being a bitch. That's how you do
Is that the one hand cock it?
No.
Yeah.
How does that action work again, Sidra?
I'm not doing it again.
Okay.
He's a bit
Alright.
sexy when he's like this, isn't he?
Xavier, when you say you need to stop being a bitch, I'll just respond, alright, I guess I won't do anything you want me to then. As I pick up my weapons.
I'll grab
Yeah.
my sword as
Grabbing my pistols.
sword's in the closet.
Silas would walk out and he'd look around trying to see if he can, I guess, find anything unusual out of place.
There's a prison cell in catacombs underneath a church.
That's fair.
My sword up, I look for any other weapons or anything on the counter that might not be from us.
Oh, they do that for free, as you find nothing.
We're in catacombs, right? So is there one direction to go from here, or is there multiple?
Yes.
I start walking.
Everyone following Armon?
Wait.
Silas will
You
follow.
answered yes to a not yes or no question. Is there one direction or is there multiple?
Oh, there is one direction. There is only one exit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
follow
I got
one.
the yes before I asked the second part, so I figured.
I'm a man. I don't do multiples.
Poor thing.
Missing out.
terrible at maths.
Yeah, I'm just walking.
As they exit their holding cell and cautiously walk into the waiting corridor, they peer their heads round as carefully as possible to make sure that there are no guards. To their surprise, and almost disappointment, they find none. Off in the distance, they can hear the sound of a single raised voice coming from somewhere else in the building.
I don't know whether I should expect a voice recording or not. That's why I'm waiting. I know you. Sometimes not.
No.
Okay. I think that's what we're all waiting for. Like,
Oh,
So are we? Do we hear the voice as in it might be in the next room?
do
Or
wits and
we just
awareness
hear
for me, please, Armand.
Aha!
And that one's with my -2, right?
No, I think you'd be over your compulsion by now because you were rebellious.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't think I was, but okay.
Well, he asked you to stand on one leg and you said no.
Don't question it.
Oh, yeah, but that was cheap.
I'm gonna make sure Silence of Death is on, by the way.
Are you sticking with that role, Armand?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm
Silence
on.
of Death. Good idea. I'll do that too.
Armand attempts to triangulate the source of the voice. Unfortunately, in the depths of the catacombs, his mask as well hampers his efforts, and he's unable to directly tell exactly where the voice is coming from.
Yeah, I was mainly asking because if it was coming from the next room, I probably would have stopped. But if everybody was just going to stop and start talking, I was just going to keep walking.
Do I recognize this voice?
I'd say it's probably too distant for you to be able to ascertain if it's familiar to you.
I'm gonna
Active.
lean in and ask Fawny.
Fawny's gone, man.
She's not here, is she?
She's not here.
Oh,
It might be her
sorry.
voice.
It's because I can see you there, so I'm like another player. And yes,
she
sorry.
looked at Silence and
sorry.
I activate Silence of Death too.
She'll be back.
I push a button on my sneakers that does nothing.
It pumps them up just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just on the
Mhm.
Nike Air Maxes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be using my shadow cloak to be a little stealthier.
Come on, what are you doing? What? It's good for my posture.
Sidra,
Don't be suspicious. Yep.
this is your thing. What do we do now?
That voice could be Fawnies, so let's try to follow it. And I try to determine where the voice is coming from.
Sidra,
What?
if she's leading this ritual, she has to die.
There is
I
no
doubt
way
she's
she's leading
leading
a
it.
ritual.
I've seen crazier shit since my time with you.
Eliminating a cult leader would help prevent Rimlar's rising.
There's
This
no
is
way
so-
Fawnie's a cult leader.
Also, she seems pretty clueless.
Hey.
Your character, not you.
Wits and awareness for me, please, Sidra.
That's what I was waiting for.
Sidra is able to focus in and ignore the rest of the coterie. She's
Lucky
able to
guy.
follow. She's able to follow the sound of the distant voice, creeping carefully. Some of them still using their supernatural abilities as they follow Sidra. They proceed slowly and cautiously towards the voice, their only guide through the stone corridors that are barely lit by small incandescent bulbs. They round a corner and see a large set of double wooden doors, guarded by two figures. And at that point, we'll take a break.
Oh, okay.
It's too early. Our food's not here yet.
All right. How would you like to deal with these two mysterious figures?
I look at Xavier. You want to get the one on the left?
Yeah.
While they're talking, I bite my cheek.
Do a rouse check for me, please, Sidra. Wonderful.
These look like guards.
Like,
Loosely, like
casually-
look out.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's yeah. I would
guarding an area.
Yeah,
not
I would think
specifically
that
armed.
Xavier and Caleb would be able to just take one look at them and go, well, they're guarding something.
Are they facing us or facing the other way?
They're facing
sneak up
directly down the corridor, and you've hidden round the corner, as not to catch their attention. Smart
Right,
strategy.
but if we were to step out, would they see us?
Yes.
Or would we be behind? How far away are we?
Remember, Blink would count. Blink is like 50 meters.
I know. I just want
4 or
Shiver
5.
to say
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not far.
Oh, we probably wouldn't even need to blink.
Only if your eyes are hurting.
I could hand Xavier one
Skitty.
of my silenced pistols. Same time?
I'd like to point out that this is meant to be a realistic game. Despite the supernatural creatures.
No blurring rules here. Alright.
It's not how a silencer works.
I know.
No.
I know.
Do you know you get a silencer for a shotgun?
Yeah.
Yeah, a silencer just
Pretty
makes
bad.
it not as loud so that you're
No
not
country
blowing your
for
own eardrums out, but it does not make it silent.
Suppress.
They do sound.
We're playing with real life rules, not movie rules. That's fine. Alright.
in a turn, could we round the corner and grapple them? One each.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what my plan was.
Yeah.
That's what my plan was.
I don't know what Amon wants to do. That's what I want to do. I'm going to feed on mine.
I'm not gonna feed,
Oh.
but that was my plan, was step around the corner, grapple.
But I want to keep them from yelling too. So specifically grapple with me.
Yeah.
Watch them.
I just don't want to be me and go first and mess up and then get yelled at about it later.
So we'll do it at the same time.
I know, we'll do it at the
Theoretically.
same time, and then when I mess up, it'll be less my fault.
So, sticking with that?
Yep. Grapple, hand over mouth. I get the right guy, he gets the left guy.
I would like you, Xavier, in order to do these as one action, we'll condense it down. Do strength and dexterity for me, please. And this is going to be against the guards' strength. And
Question: what action is this for? Is this for the actual grappling?
this is for this is a
Getting
condensed
there.
action of charging in and grapple.
Okay.
So if you're
Because I
successful on
have-
this, you will grapple him.
I have a specialty in grappling too. It's normally for
Then, yep,
brawl. though.
That applies.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's going to go to Xavier, who silently and swiftly makes his way down the corridor. I know, I'm being generous.
Mhm.
Pounces upon the guard, places his hand over the guard's mouth, and muffles him. At the same time, Armon, strength and dexterity.
I had the thing queued up. I wanted to make sure I had the right Oh boy.
That's fine. As Armon,
Okay.
at the same time, in synchronization, does exactly the same motion. He cocks his head a bit, feeling all proud of himself.
I tilt my head.
And that'll
Is that
take
him
it.
gloating?
And that'll take it to the priest's turn. Or the guards, as you want to say, but whatever. And the only thing they can really do is try and struggle out, which is going to be strength and brawl. And we'll put that against Xavier's strength and brawl. You also get a specialization for this. Nice.
Ooh. I mean, you were planning on feeding on this guy. He might just be dead soon.
The problem is
Sooner.
if he tries to squeeze that up, I squeeze harder. I might just pop him.
As the guard tries to struggle against Xavier's iron grip. Unfortunately, Xavier, as was always the case, forgets his own strength and ends up cracking the neck and breaking the head off the guard. I mean, not literally decapitating him, but, breaking his neck.
It's like a pen dispenser.
It's fine with me, though. I've got Iron Gullet.
He breaks him like a
Before-
pencil.
Before
gonna pee.
Shiver described that, I was picturing Xavier trying to drink out of a Capri Sun, but just squeezing it really hard, and it shooting into his face.
Armon,
Uh,
strength and brawl versus your strength and brawl as this guard tries to struggle out of your grip.
really, roll 20.
Nice.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah, that's
Never mind.
that's
I thought
fine.
I rolled the 2. I thought I rolled the 2.
The priest attempts to make his way out of Armon's firm grasp. Unfortunately, in his panic and seeing his compatriot die before his eyes, he's unable to wriggle his way out. Yes, you, with your hand up. Oh, you just... Okay. Just doing a little dance move.
I was explaining things.
Okay. Xavier, what would you like to do with this corpse?
Can I feed on him? I've got Iron
Absolutely.
Gullet.
Yep. You may slake up to 3 hunger.
I will. Thank you.
Armon,
Screw it. I'll try and feed on this guy too. Might as well.
okay, do your feeding
Top
roll
off
for me,
before we-
please.
Top off before we go to our big fight. Wait, yeah.
I'll let you
Okay.
have that because he's grappled. Would you like to drain?
Hold on. No, that's correct. Sorry. My brain was like, that's not enough dying, but it is. It's fine.
You
I
can
can't
drain
drain.
him for up to 3 hunger if you like,
Yep, that's fine.
and that will reduce your hunger to 0. And because they're kindred, you do not get a humanity stain.
I had a feeling they were kindred. That's why it was like, okay, I'll do it. Why not?
You've dealt with the 2 priests, but at this point, is now a good time for a break?
Yeah, I think our food's just arrived.
Huzzah! We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. Big, bad boot wooden doors.
Typical doorknob
Framed.
potential
attempt to open the
lock.
door.
They operate in both the open and closed position.
But when are they not a door?
When they're ajar. Or a window.
Or a wall?
Or a drawn-on
She's
tunnel.
opening the door. She's opening the door.
The coterie are at the back of a huge congregation of people. Oh yeah, I should probably. It's like some kind
Oh.
of strange cosplay between cheap business suits and others dressed up like they are some kind of ancient Egyptian citizen. No one is paying them any heed, attracted as they are by the figure standing at the top of the entire crowd. The coterie can only catch glimpses of him, dressed in white robes with some kind of golden mask that reminds them of the stereotypical Egyptian mummy. Xavier is the only one who has taken the time to look at their surroundings rather than the people, as well as Caleb. He notices a set of stairs that run along the back of the walls to their immediate left and right. The stairs lead up to a landing that runs the length of the entire room, with only 2 guards on each landing.
How many people does it look like there are in this room? Approximately? No exact number.
50,
It's a
60.
lot. Okay. It's a lot more than I was expecting.
Is it stairs that ran along the backside?
Yeah. Both sides
They
to your
start-
immediate left and immediate right.
So are we on the uppermost level or the bottommost level?
You're on the bottom.
Okay.
I think you might be muted, Caleb.
Can't see my own cataracts in these sunglasses.
Nope.
While he's looking, Shiver.
Yes, honey bunny.
Is there a chandelier in this here great hall that they're in?
No. It's all
Damn.
What are you?
flame sconces. Small flame sconces.
What are you, a rogue?
What, you call him and then he just randomly teleports to your location and sits in midair?
That's good. Took me a sec, but that's good.
There are a lot of individuals here.
That's an understatement. Are we the 2 guards that are? I know the other people aren't paying attention, but the 2 guards that are on the stairs. Do they look like, or are they able to see us? That's
No.
my question.
They're enraptured with their sort of backs to you, all concentrating
Okay.
and focusing on the man speaking.
Question. Where's the door to leave?
Behind you. You just came through it.
Can we get to get out to leave?
It's the only door
Like
that you
go
can see.
outside? And that's the
I
one we
assume
just
that-
came from the catacomb.
Yeah,
Yes.
I assume that the catacombs had another way out. We just went this way because this is where we heard the voice from.
I'm not going to tell you the plan I have until I know if we can get out or not.
I'm not sure if we know the way out.
Well, if we do something that they don't like, everyone will scatter towards the exit, no?
I mean, I know what that
Sure.
thing is, but we don't like it either. And I look at the fire sconces on the wall.
Could we try to cut the head off the mummy and then run?
Silas, you run as good as the last fucking guy that was here.
I have a feeling you're not made of sterner stuff.
I mean, the same goes for Sidra. It's just that Amon helps her out. I guess I could take you with me.
I suppose I am
Good.
not made of sterner stuff.
And don't
And
forget
I
about
could-
Caleb either.
I could try to talk to them. But it would seem with all these people, they're probably pretty dead set on this ritual.
Yeah, I don't think making our presence known would be the best plan.
I agree.
I don't see
Well-
Fawny, correct?
You can barely see to the front
Okay.
where they're all looking.
If we're going to
should pro-
disrupt this thing, I don't think we have a choice about being found out or not. One begets the other, does it not?
True.
Oh,
I mean,
we
they've
will
already-
certainly be found out. It's just, do we want to expose ourselves beforehand, or do we want to inform them of our presence with unexpected action?
If we can figure out who's vital to this whole fiasco. And Caleb looks to the upper balconies. If you get me up there, I'm pretty sure I can take a shot, remove someone important.
Well, the last time we were in a situation like this, the congregation fought back while the head guy, and I kind of point through the crowd, up there was the only guy that stayed behind.
Well, that's why we shoot head guy first.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't get us out of here in case everybody else revolts. How do we get out? I looked to Sidra.
Through the catacombs?
Do we know if catacombs have an out, or do we know... Shiver, we weren't knocked out when we were brought in. Were we brought in through the church down to the catacombs, or through a
You
different
walked into the catacombs from the church.
So
You were
we
knocked
walked
out
through.
moments after you walked into the catacombs.
So we know where the...
Well, kind of. We gotta get back to the catacombs to the exit.
What?
We gotta go through the catacombs to get to the exit, is what she said. But the thing is we sneak up along this upper deck. I guess snipe the guy in charge, and then we've got 50 disciples between us and the exit.
Shiver, are there any windows?
No.
Church?
The upper level, is it pretty visible, like everywhere that the upper level goes, or does it go behind something at some point? Like, kind of, I'm looking at this picture and my mind's enraptured by the picture and not really what I was supposed to imagine. And I'm just picturing that the upper thing's going behind the thing with the big bull head on it. But I
mean,
know that
The way that the platform runs either side, there's the occasional... I don't know why I'm doing this to help your vision. Sand, stone, pillar for support, but it's relatively open and affords you very good situational awareness.
Does it look
What's
like
the
Fawnie is a part of it in the sense of going along with it, or does it look like Fawnie is going to be the sacrifice for the ritual?
You can't
I
see.
don't think we can.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
can
thought we
tell
could
from this
see that.
angle. And the only guy in the mask is the head guy, right?
Yes.
And you,
Cool.
And these are all Kindred in the crowd or on stage, or is it?
Soon.
An easier target than the head priest might be the sacrifice. If we can kill the sacrifice before they can perform the ritual.
That was my
Right.
plan B.
cool idea.
Yeah, knowing these guys, I have a feeling I know who the sacrifice is.
Sidra, darling, if the Methuselah wakes, and your sacrifice would be the first thing it eats, putting a bullet between their eyes would be a mercy.
But how do we know how much of the ritual actually has to be done? We could already be too late.
Well, if
Sure,
we're already
that's
too late, this whole conversation's meaningless anyway.
To echo me earlier, walking around on what is.
I think we need to get up on these side platforms and get a better look at the situation.
After you.
I look at Xavier. You want to get the one on the left?
Yeah, but you're not quiet.
Hey, Shiver, I have a question.
Yes.
I have a mouthful of blood that I didn't use, but technically it's a new scene. That blood just me?
I think when we changed scene, yeah, that would have just.
Okay. I swallowed it. Yeah.
Another question.
Don't say
it. How close are these guards? About as close as the last ones? To where we're at?
Well, I mean, they're up a platform, round the corner. They're not as close.
Gotcha, okay. So they're up the stairs. Gotcha.
But you said they're focused on the guy talking.
Yes.
I can get mine. I can sneak up on him.
There are 2 on each platform.
Oh, that's different. Okay. Right next to each
How
other?
many platforms are there?
2.
Visualize this big ass fucking room and where stuff's at.
I'm sorry, how many platforms?
2 platforms, 2 guards on each.
4 guards.
Right next to each other?
Wow, we can get one each.
Are they each right next to each other, Shiv?
They're socially distancing.
Okay. That's still kind of in the same mindset of what I was thinking. Still too close to really get away with one and then do the other.
I mean, it depends on how you did the other.
I mean, Xavier's got a point that I'm not as stealthy as he is, but in this situation, I'm the only person that can really take them out quietly.
While they're talking, I'm gonna bite my cheek again.
Do a rouse check for me, please. I mean, at this point, I have to double check. In-game or in real life?
In game.
Okay. Because there was a lot of
Are we doing this
Bite
or
my
what,
cheek,
Xavier?
not bite my tongue.
I mean, I suppose I could help as well if you need an extra person.
What if we don't kill the 4th?
Just real quick, hold on. Tina's having trouble and I want to help him. Big room, full of people, stairs right and left, go up to platform. 2 people on each platform. That's it. You're muted.
He said they were around a corner. Are the stairs invisible to us? Do we have to go around a corner to go upstairs?
stairs that way. Then platform goes that way. So you've got to go boop, boop.
So the stairs are right next to
Yes. They're just at the top of the stairs.
What if we eliminate 3 of them? And I think I can turn our 4th guard into a distraction while we take a shot at the gestures at the head brace.
That's the best plan I've heard so far.
If nobody's against it.
I point at Xavier, he's stealthier than I am. If he goes up on the side and takes the other 2 out, I'll go up with you, take one out, and you grab the other.
I just kind of throw this out here, but one can scream while I'm killing the other one. I'm just,
Right, but they might be far enough apart and distracted enough that you can grab the first one, deal with him, and then grab the second. Come on, Tina, haven't you ever played Assassin's Creed before?
What's assassin?
Yes.
Nickname for
I said Tina. It was
overt
out of
operative
character. I said
culture.
Tina. Yeah, Shiv, that's a good point. Are the guards like are they visually looking the same direction? Oh well, they're looking the same direction. But are they in each other's eyes, like periphery?
No.
Okay.
They don't have line of sight on each other or any
Correct.
of the other guards. Okay.
Yeah.
And it would be fair to assume that, the two platforms, they'd be too busy looking at the shit going down than what's going on the other platform. Disciplined, they are not.
Yeah, Caleb, I can grab the closest one. and
New
you can
scene. Do
grab
I
the
need to
other one.
activate Silence of Death again? Free.
No, it's free, so it's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say if so do I.
Just saying it.
Oh yeah, I assumed mine was already on.
I think Silence of Death is permanent until you turn it off anyway.
Oh, good. Then it's on all the time.
She keeps scaring the shit out of me. She walks up behind me. I never hear she's coming.
I can go up and take the 2 out. That's fine.
Okay. Well,
So you're taking the 2 on the left out?
Or the right. I don't.
Yeah, whichever one Xavier goes for, Caleb and I will go for the opposite. If that's what
So,
Caleb is okay
what I
with.
think, yeah, what I think we should do, wait for Xavier to go out and take the.
Okay.
But and then Xavier should get ready to fire after I do what I intend to do to number 4. It should give him a distraction.
I will follow
Yeah.
Xavier.
As soon as the commotion starts.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you could be quiet too. Well, then if that's
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be
do
suspicious.
you just want to kill the first one, and then that way, if things go sideways, I can help, and then we'll move on to the second one. If you get the first one, I'll just continue on to get the second one.
Yeah, why don't we just do that? 1 each.
Okay, do it.
That works. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's all up to the rolls.
So Caleb and Armon, Sidra and Xavier,
Yeah. Rip Silas.
do you have a preference about which staircase you're going up?
What?
Do you have a preference about which staircase you're going up?
Caleb
No,
and I will go up the
particularly.
right one.
Cool.
Okay. Caleb and Armon begin to cautiously move up the staircase on the right side, leaving Silas with his hands in his pockets, appreciating the shadows. They slowly sneak up behind the guards, and which one of you is going for the closest guard?
I go for the closest one to let Caleb have the farther one.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm going to do the same thing. Grapple hand over mouth.
Do for me strength and brawl. And it's going to be a contest roll with this guy's strength and brawl. Armon successfully, quietly, sneaks up behind the guard, restrains him, and places his hand over the undead creature's mouth and nose, preventing it from making any significant noise. We'll stick with you. What would you like to do to this despicable creature of the night?
I'm sorry, my brain just went to a meme. Because I was gonna say, crack his neck, give him the old neck twist.
What is it, Step Kindred?
Yeah, no, I just try and snap his neck.
Strength. Pull that. Oh yeah, I'm not telling you anymore what it is. So strength and strength, please.
It's not grappling written count, right?
Nope.
Towards okay. Just double check it. Oh boy. I'm going to re-roll some of those. I could do the maximum of 3.
Would you like success at cost?
Sure.
Armon snaps the neck of the guard, letting the body drop silently to the floor.
Okay.
As he does so, the beast inside of him begins to rage up. He manages to keep control of himself, though, just in the nick of time, preventing him from doing something really stupid. However, it does come at the cost of a certain amount of vitae within his system. Increase your hunger by 1, please.
Okay. Guys, I'm back at 1. No, I as soon as you started describing me drop the body, for some reason I just imagined him tumbling down the stairs and making like the most noise. And that's
Like
why
that
I was like,
episode
oh,
from
no.
The Simpsons.
Which is odd because he was already dead.
Air is... Which is even odder, because he doesn't breathe. Caleb.
I'm waiting to pull the trigger on mine until the other two are down.
Meanwhile, across the room on the other platform, Xavier and Sidra, stealthily, with jazz hands, sneak up behind the first guard. Who's taking the first guard?
I spit at him. Oh, wait.
Oh,
All right,
no.
Karen.
Yeah.
You've done the rouse check already for Scorpion's Touch.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I always get confused with Scorpion's Touch.
Yeah. So I believe I need dexterity and athletics.
Because that's exactly what I would think of as well for spitting. Yeah, do dexterity and
Right?
athletics.
Dexterity kind of makes sense.
Does it
Yeah,
though?
dexterity, but
That's
we
long
gotta
distance
make sure you...
bobbing at the Olympics.
And then what was it? Something.
So yeah,
Where's he at?
that's going to
Oh,
be
wait, that
that's
hit.
absolutely going to be a hit. He's not going to have enough chance to dodge, and so it's going to be your strength and blood sorcery versus his stamina and occult.
It's less about the spitting, more about the poison.
Yeah,
Dated
really
girls
cool.
like that.
She burned a hole through a guy's head one time. That was pretty sick.
It's pretty strong.
It's still a vulgar.
It is.
Sidra's acidic loogie makes contact with the back of the skull of the guard.
It's already grossed out.
Ew.
The blood spreads like acid as the back of the skull dissolves in complete silence. Just this vague sizzle as bone, hair, and skin slowly disintegrate. The Kindred drops to the ground, dead, never even having seen the face of his attacker.
He was 2 days away from retirement.
Sidra stands over the corpse and looks through the now freshly made hole on one side of the skull and sees the floor completely through the other. Xavier,
Activate prowess.
gain a hunger.
Hold on 1 second. I walk up to the guy and try to snap his neck too.
Strength and strength, please.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I didn't think of just going straight for the snapping the neck thing.
How much of my potence are we adding here, Shiver?
I believe that's your entire potence level because it's an unarmed. So that'll be 7.
No,
Yeah, that's
I've only got
no
3.
problem whatsoever. Xavier cracks his own neck and then swiftly grabs the Kindred by either side of his ears and rips the guy's head out of its socket. It flops lazily to the side and he silently glides the body down to the floor.
I gently lay the head back down. I don't want to keep it, or I would normally throw it, but I'm not doing that. That's a Christmas.
Xavier places the body down, drags it over to the body with a hole in its skull, and places a hand on the bottom of the other dead body, and gives a small little giggle to himself.
I silently motion to Caleb after you.
Motion over to Xavier to get ready to fire at the head priest. Oh, fucking right. Hoping this works. Up behind the remaining guard, and then I just stand up straight and lean in and tap him on the shoulder. And I'm like, I've heard you're the least popular cultist here, and they're going to feed you to your god first. And I'm going to use dementation on him.
Yeah.
Show me dementation. Fuck me. Okay. You can tell this used to be a signature power, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first of all, do manipulation and dominate versus this guy's composure and intelligence.
Alright. Where's me bleeding die? There it is. Alright. Mm-hmm. Manipulation and
Dominate. Just like saying the word dominate now.
Sorry, roll 20.
I-
How do I add those two together?
In the where your disciplines are, pick
Yeah.
the manipulation in one drop down, and then pick the other as discipline, and then hit the die roll button.
Right, cool. Yeah, gotcha. As I was looking for the second list, I was like, it's not there.
Yeah, I was like, dominate. I don't remember that being a thing. That's
Don't know that.
That's a big uh-oh.
Yeah, it is. Balls.
Would you like success at cost?
Yeah.
Because I don't
Yeah,
think you
because-
can roll your way out of that unless you get extremely
No.
lucky.
I really want to see what this does.
Plan hinges on it, so yeah, I'll take the cost.
As Caleb's words echo into the Kindred's ears, Caleb wills his vitae into his larynx, attempting to manipulate the mind and soul of the priest. Unfortunately, Caleb is a little bit too vigorous with his willing of vitae. The priest just stands there, open mouthed, as drool begins to appear in the corner of his mouth.
That's it, yeah?
Yeah, he is a living vegetable.
Okay.
Darn. I wanted to see a guy go through a psychotic break in the middle of a ritual.
On the plus side, you have lobotomized someone with merely words.
That's impressive.
Sidra, wits and awareness for me, please. Just barely. Sidra looks down at the scene, and that is when she catches sight of Fawnie laying down on a stone slab next to a large golden casket. The casket looks like something taken out of a typical mummy horror movie. Presiding over the ceremony, the group can see Sidra can see the man responsible for the noise standing there, bedecked in gold and holding 2 Egyptian blue and gold canes in his hand. As the ceremony continues, she can easily ascertain the Fawnie is to be sacrificed upon the stone altar so that Ramlar may live.
That's not dancing.
At some point she danced.
I say to Xavier because he's the only one by me. We have got to get her out of there.
Who am I to judge? I literally went to save a kid in the middle of a fucking death cult, so...
And we can see that Fawnie's been led onto the stage as well. Like, we can see
Yeah,
this.
if you at any point want to care to look over, you'll see the same.
Yeah. I've got the drooling-faced idiot, and I've, like, crouched him down next to me. I'm like, Dave, right, we're going to go rescue her in a minute, so when I go with me.
So there's like 60 people? Is that it?
50, 60 people, yeah.
Okay.
I love Caleb.
Is Dave carrying any weaponry? What's he got on him? He's a guard, so...
He has no weaponry.
Who's Dave? I don't see Dave.
One of the guards, he's called him Dave.
But as you look into the guard's mouth, you will see he does have a forked tongue.
And, I mean, I'd ask for some better equipment at work, Dave. This is shocking. No.
Dave's not here, man.
I'm like crouch waddling over to Caleb. I'm like, so what happened to the plan?
Well, I was going to drive him mad and send him running and screaming into the crowd, but I think I overdid it.
I just look at Dave and I go, yeah, a little bit.
I think I've got an idea.
As Armand looks over at Dave, Dave looks back at him and gives him a small smile.
You know, I know this is really specific, but do you know in Fifth Element when the guy throws the pool ball at Bruce Willis because he's asking for the gun and he thinks he's helping, and Bruce Willis just goes,
yeah.
"Thanks." I do that.
That would be the 6th element with David Billis.
Hold on a minute,
Bruce
just had a
Willis.
bing light come on. David, I think they're calling you on stage. They said today's grand prize winner is Dave the guard. Go, quickly.
He stares at you open-mouthed and drools more. Silas, you're muted.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Silas would sneak up onto the platform with Amon, and when he gets up there, it's like, "What's the hold up?"
Dave's not behaving himself.
Our distraction's a vegetable.
I look at Sidra and I say, well, after you.
Oh, I'm gonna straighten Dave up and then just push him over the balcony. There you go,
I
there's
was
your
waiting
distraction.
for one of us to do that.
Yeah.
The ceremony stops, interrupted as it is by Dave dropping in.
But we've all got
Various
ducks
people.
the moment I pushed him over.
Yeah, we've got those pillars to hide behind,
Yeah.
or attempt to.
The person running the ceremony points up. He quickly talks to someone on his side. If you want
So
to do
that's-
something, now is a good time.
The other direction?
They're
He
on
points
the
up
other
at
side of the room.
Yeah, they're kind of distracted by our balcony.
So if they're all looking that way, can
Mhm.
we creep the other way up to the stage using Silence of Death?
You could. Sort of. You could become perpendicular with the stage, but you've still got this whole altitude issue.
Can you explain the altitude issue more? Like way
You're-
more platforms?
Yeah, you're on a raised landing. The stage is down there. I mean, it's not
Why
a
would you
huge
down-
jump. It would be about 15, 20 feet at most.
Well, there's some way to get to the stage. Is the way to get to the stage not from these platforms? Some secret
No.
tunnel? Or
Down from the bottom floor and just straight on till morning.
so we can get up to the edge where we might be able to jump onto the stage?
Yes.
So I do that behind people until we get to the edge, the cliff.
And then
And
jump
try
off the
and
side.
Get Xavier to come along with me.
I follow humorously. Sure.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
And you want to jump off the
Uh,
platform down to the stage.
So everyone on the stage is also looking in that direction?
No, the man actually doing the ceremony is busily talking to an assistant. His back is turned to you, however.
You are giving everybody in this room way more credit than they deserve. They don't give a fuck. He's telling two guys to go check the
So
balconies, and that's it.
I've been playing way too much Cyberpunk, where it makes a difference what position they're in and whether I can sneak up behind him and do a takedown.
Mm-hmm.
Can I sneak in front of 50 or 60 people and take this person directly in front of them if I just keep holding down control?
Potentially.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Like most of these.
See how
people
this
are
goes for
probably
you, shall we?
Looking straight at him. He might be looking away, but people are looking at him.
You know what's going to happen? Sidra jumps down, her clothes disappear, and she's stuck in a T-pose.
You can play Star Citizen.
Just like in
Shit, can I-
Cyberpunk.
Shiv,
And,
can I
and then
peek
all of
around
our
the corner?
discords crash simultaneously. Yeah.
Yeah, Shiv, can I peek around the corner and just quick hack reboot optics on the crowd?
Worst bit is I've been reading this Cyberpunk source book as well.
I should do that.
Very good.
But no, Armand, no, you can't. And you can't use mantis blades to wall run either.
Oh, mine would fucking try.
So how many people are on the stage?
On the stage itself,
Fawnie.
there's the guy heading the ritual, there's his assistant, there's Fawnie, who's a little bit wrapped up, and there's Ramlar, who's a little bit wrapped up.
Listen, I'm
Before
on.
I jump down, I cut my palm.
Do a rouse check
Ram?
for me, please.
Ramlar's there?
Go ahead.
Assuming that's Ramlar. Gain a hunger.
That's what we're talking about.
Yes, Caleb.
Yeah, and as I see it jump down on it, look. I've tried really hard not just go shooting people like I usually do. And look what's happened. I'm going to have to start shooting.
Has
Yeah,
Sidra
you-
actually jumped down?
At this point, yes, I'll jump down.
I would like you to do for me dexterity and athletics, please.
As you're rolling that, I just look at
I-
Caleb and go, I think it's time to start shooting people.
I just quietly look over. I just let this happen.
You're so helpful.
Sidra gracefully,
Take it.
silently jumps down and quickly finds cover. Surprisingly, not drawing the attention of any of the 50 people she just jumped down in front of.
Come on, and Caleb.
She's done really well. Just
Can I look around the corner and start waving my finger back and forth to see if they're in a trance. Okay.
Am I able to use Shadow Cloak to try to darken this platform a little bit? Or is that too big of an area?
No, I think you could use it.
Okay.
It's not. You could at least localize it to your surroundings.
Okay. I don't know if it's gonna do anything for us, but I'd do that.
I believe that's
Just
free as
walk
well.
up here.
That's not a rouse check, is it?
No, it's free. Yeah, it's passive to kind of manipulate the shadows just without... I'm not trying to attack anyone with them. I'm just in the area.
Silas, Caleb, and Armon squat, hiding behind the stone wall, slightly obscuring themselves as the shadows slowly creep in on them. Those shadows are really going to help, guys.
We're going to get in them. And I have Unseen Passage, which just works by my reading of it.
I believe
As long as
so.
I'm not moving and I'm quiet, yeah. So, yeah.
I'm being very, very quiet.
The shadows will protect us.
We're hunting Setites. I honestly don't really know what to do in this situation. I'm
I
kind of
think
just
this one's on Sidra.
I have
she's
an
not-
idea, but I'm kind of I'm waiting on Sidra.
Yeah. If Sidra
Well, in
gets
that
seen, we
case-
just start shooting.
I kind of want to jump, but I'm scared to.
Everybody in the coterie except for Amon and Xavier.
I'm just looking forward to
So-
Sidra doing a magic trick in front of these 50 Setites and completely mesmerizing them.
Kind of reacting right now. Curious.
Is this your card, sir? Sorry, Sidra.
I know what she can do. She talked about it with the kids, so I'm curious.
I'm wondering what you're talking about. So yeah, are they looking at me now, or are they?
The majority of the attention has gone from the platform back to looking at the leader at the front, who is still conducting the ceremony, but you have not drawn attention to yourself yet. Hiding as you are bravely behind a particularly large stone statue of an Egyptian pharaoh's head.
Bravely hiding. It's a thing. So. Yeah. I would like to use awe as I step on stage and start to juggle.
Really?
Hey,
It's what I'm good
Tina,
Okay.
is it?
The cult leader stops what he's doing and just turns to look at you. And you can tell, even under the mask, he's giving you this look of, the fuck this bitch doing? The crowd starts to become agitated and excited. Several members walk up behind you and restrain you.
No, wait. I used awe.
Yes.
On a bunch of Kindred.
Doesn't just do stuff.
It doesn't do anything.
No, you've still got to do something. It's good for negotiations, talking your way out of things. But you just said, I went up there and I started juggling. And last I checked, you don't juggle with your mouth. Well, you might. But you don't generally juggle with your mouth.
She does.
You're giving an XP point for that.
Well,
The fact that Like we know she's there, but because she's not on screen, you don't think about her being there. And then she comes out with an answer like that.
I think that sets. I think that sets precedence. Now she has to do the all thing.
So
Point proven.
apparently I've been using all. So my whole point was trying to create a distraction, which was probably a bad idea.
Have you tried showing them that you can juggle with your mouth? That would certainly distract them.
I'll need an assistant.
We'll be back in 10 minutes. We can't broadcast this.
It's against the terms of service, but it'd be fun to be banned for.
What a way to go.
Anyway, okay, so I cannot enrapture the audience with awe, which is what I was attempting to do, which is what I've done before.
You can, but you've got to actually say something. Or is speech-based. And it also has an area of effect.
Oh.
Okay, so it's not using performance anymore?
I mean, it can do. It depends on what you're going to do. You can't, like I said, you can't just... I've got to be careful about how I phrase this now that we've found out you'll see it's a party trick. You couldn't just do a magic trick and cast awe and be like...
That is
it's backed up
exactly
with
what I've
speech.
done before.
It's got to be backed up with speech.
Okay, so that's exactly what I've
she
done
used this-
before.
She used this in the bar.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you spoke.
I'm trying to do the exact same thing.
I believe you spoke in the bar as well. You've got to say something. I'll even let you just get away with, look at me! I'm a spastic!
What I'm going to be saying. So I step on stage, now presenting the sensational Sidra.
That I'll give you.
Okay.
Do for me charisma and performance. You're not going to like the difficulty, though.
Some guy in the crowd just goes, "Oh man, they got a magician. This thing's great."
This is the one to critically fail and be like, yeah!
Would you like success at cost?
Oh man, 4's not going to do it, huh? Sure.
Strange as that might seem, 50 Setites, intent on resurrecting their dead Methuselah, aren't distracted by your juggling skills.
It is.
Traven, I don't think we have enough die to get the difficulty Shiv just gave her, probably.
I mean, you're welcome to use the reroll if you so wish, but I don't think you're going to get anywhere.
There's always that time I broke the unbreakable door.
That's true. There was. Okay, so if I were to re-roll, would I only be able to roll one die?
Do the whole roll again.
Yeah, hit the
Like,
reroll button. Yeah,
Okay.
hit the reroll button.
That's it's probably going to go worse, but let's try it. Okay, I'll go with that type of work.
Ooh.
You may kill Fawnie off early, you know.
Fawnie just sits up in the mummy wrapping and just goes, "No, guys, she's really good."
Just hear this. She can, you know.
Do you know why they call her sensational?
I'm not getting into that. Okay. Sidra gracefully walks onto the stage area, a familiar place to Sidra. What are you juggling?
Question. Surely I've got balls in my pocket.
Oh, I mean, most of us do here, but do you?
I mean, I've got them in my drawer, so surely I have them in my pocket. I mean,
The balls of your dead enemies.
I mean, if you want to juggle balls, that's fine, but you could also juggle, I don't know, knives or something. Just throwing that out there for no reason whatsoever.
Have knives.
Swords?
I don't have knives. I
Swords?
have one sword.
You could juggle your one sword. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, what kind of a magician doesn't have knives? You're going to be letter openers. Come on, I'm trying to give you something here.
You are going to give me knives? I will juggle knives.
Bowling pin.
Right.
Several knives fly out
Sidra
of the shadow from the...
walks out onto the stage.
Yeah, Amon tosses me 3 random knives.
Actually, no, Kendu's got this for me. Sidra, having recently grabbed one of the sconces on her way out, and takes a couple of knives out of her pocket, walks onto the stage, juggling one of the flaming torches and 2 knives. As she does so, people are enraptured by what they see, which is strange considering that they're trying to bring back an ancient Methuselah so they can take over the world, but everyone can take a break for 5 minutes to appreciate someone performing.
Yeah, is your Methuselah?
Dunno, she's dead.
Let's get back to the game. Shiver, how far is...
Hang on. Sidra,
Okay.
unfortunately, having taken the attention of the entire crowd, not quite sure what to do with it anymore. So, in her enthusiasm to make progress and rescue Fawnie, she quickly takes one of the daggers, throws it straight at the cult leader, landing it between his eyes. He falls to the ground dead. She takes one of the other daggers and throws it to the assistant in his vicinity, landing between his eyes as he slumps to his knees dead. Taking the final sconce, sets fire to Ramlar and the entire building as the flames quickly spread, forming a wall of flame between her and the 60 Setites intent on destroying her.
Wait, am I behind the flames?
Yeah, you're next to me. You're good.
I mean, I like it warm, but...
Fawnie is still wrapped up in bandages, I would like to point out.
Very
I
flammable
start
bandages.
unwrapping her.
You would also, because of the flames that you've created, I'd like you to do for me a Terror Frenzy test, please, at difficulty 2. Wonderful.
So I unwrap Fawnie, and if I have time, lead her out the door.
Now, that raises questions. How are you going to get to the door with a wall of flame between you and the door?
Oh, there's a wall of flame. Okay. I did not know that.
It was either that or have 50 or 60 Setites charging psychotically at you. Also, there's someone at the door and they're fucked because I don't speak Japanese.
Peek through the door. No hablo! Just shut it.
Okay? Okay? Okay, I love you, bye-bye.
Oh, Lord. Okay. So I unwrap Fawnie, head towards the door, stop when I see flame blocking it.
Wait, am I with you, or did you just unwrap me and take off?
No, you're with me.
She unwrapped you like a burrito.
Look, you're with me. How big
How
is this flame?
can... Yeah, I was about to ask a similar question.
Given the flammable state of materials that are there, I would say that these flames would be between 5 and 7 foot tall.
So the little bottle of water that I keep in my pocket isn't going to help.
I wouldn't recommend cocking your leg either.
How confined of a space is the stage? Like, the wall of flame is essentially turned into a box now, so...
A hot box.
Yeah.
Sidra, put it this way, Sidra and Fawnie are in imminent danger and could be burned to death if nothing happens right now.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, Kindred themselves are also basically walking piles of kindling.
Mhm.
Weird question.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Church out of stone, dying is spicy.
Sort of smoke in the room.
Yeah.
Was the building made of stone?
Well, the
Is it like
catacombs are made of stone, but there is plenty of flammable material in the area.
Right. I guess my question is, they're at the stage, so the flames are in front of them. Behind them is probably a wall, right?
Yeah.
Is the building made of stone?
The building, yes.
Because I think I know where he's going with this. Are we still
way.
technically? Are we still technically underground though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is this up to fire?
Yeah.
this is why I was confused. I
This
thought
is
we were.
definitely not up to fire code.
I think all this is happening underneath the church.
Yeah, we were just off
run
from the catacombs.
along our balcony where we are, and I'm not bothering with stealth anymore because that's out the window. To
wait.
where the stage is, and I point to gesture over to the pair of you, and I'm like, Sidra, get muscles to pull you up, and I point over to Xavier. Send Fawnie over here.
Isn't there fire in between?
It's
What,
engulfed. It's yeah.
I mean, your platform will be above.
Yeah, because we're up.
Your platform is above the fire.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, we're moving past the wall of fire. So now we're stage side, and I want to pull you up onto the balcony with us.
Let's hope everyone's
May
wearing
not be-
trousers.
Yeah, and me not
Did,
being ridiculously strong is asking to pull Fawnie up. You run over to Xavier and go up that way because he's missing.
Did
muscle.
anyone bring
To put it in American terms, Caleb is saying,
Is it D&D?
go long, go long.
Yeah.
I believe.
I'm
Yeah, I
slightly
would-
confused, but if I am on the right track, I will try to hoist Fawnie up so you can reach her.
Yep, and then I'll try and pull her up.
Strength for me, please, Caleb. And have a +1 modifier from Sidra.
For God's sake, what's it doing? There you go, right. Dun-dun.
Now is while they're figuring stuff. Okay.
Caleb successfully grabs Fawnie, who's feeling a little bit disoriented, to say the least, but very impressed with Sidra's blade skills, onto the platform above, leaving Sidra stranded on the stage, however.
Is the platform high enough that you need to hoist somebody up for somebody to grab and pull? Or could you reach down, like, now that Sidra's by herself, could you still reach down
Can
and
I
pull her
jump
up?
to grab his hand?
If you do dexterity and athletics for me, I'll let you know.
It doesn't... I've got a plan for either way, I just wanted to know.
I'll try to grab her hand.
Yeah, you're stronger than me, dude. You should do it.
I was thinking
I'm not on your side, so if you're talking about Fawnie, that's different. We're talking about Sidra coming over to me. Sidra's left down there, so I would try to
Yeah,
catch
that's
her
what I
hand.
mean. It's better if Sidra tries to jump up to you.
We'll have competing roles, I'm sure.
Okay, so I'm trying to jump up to Xavier, grab his hand.
Yeah, I'm like, go over there, go.
So in the words of Van Halen, go ahead and jump.
So wait, what was it? Was it athletics and strength?
Dexterity and athletics. Have a +1 modifier from Xavier's strength.
I think I have prowess active still and all kinds of stuff.
Would you like success at cost?
Sure.
Sidra attempts to jump up to Xavier's grasp. Unfortunately, she's unable to make it on her first try, jumping a mere 6 inches off the ground, as jumping is not her thing. She tries again, willing vitae to her legs, and manages to make it up. However, it does come at the cost of some of her precious vitae. Gain a hunger.
Oh, it's better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I thought I was going to catch on fire. No.
I thought you were going to give her aggravated damage.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
I know what I'm doing.
Idea.
I know what I'm doing.
The aggravated damage is coming, guys. Don't worry.
As soon as you get up there, I say, "This is not the smartest thing you've done." I push you towards the exit.
Yeah. Single gun drawn down, putting myself between Fawny and the rest of the Setites, moving along the balcony to the stairs so we can get out the door.
I grab
Yeah.
Fawny's hand and drag her along with me.
You're not talking loud enough, Shiv.
As you exit, you will notice that a large group of Setites are making their exodus through the large double doors, while others are enraptured by the flames, and some of them even throwing themselves into them.
I never get to shoot anything anymore.
You still could. I'm not stopping you. Just for a giggle, you know.
Just,
Shoot a couple
Don't
of your
shoot
way
him in the
out.
back.
that's not cricket, is it? Come on. Right.
It's like shooting Setites in a barrel.
Where's the challenge?
Why would those fools throw themselves into the fire like that?
Cultists.
Yeah, Caleb's putting himself in between himself and the putting himself between Fawny and the cultist. I'd probably be behind Fawny, just making sure that she continues moving, because I don't know if she might end up passing out or something.
I'm also dragging her along with me.
Oh yeah, we'd probably group back up at this point.
Grouping back up at the back of the room, various Setites running between you all, not paying you much in the way of heed.
Did you just say you tripped one?
Randomly push one into the fire.
Falls flat on its face, hisses at you, and then runs off.
I think we should want their party. Let's get out of here.
I mean, they're running
Yes,
out.
I believe.
All of them.
Yeah, I'm GTFOing.
Yeah, we'll go with.
I believe we've certainly disrupted the ritual and prevented the resurrection of Limler. I say it's time to get the fuck out.
No sooner have those words left Silas's mouth when a large,
They're trying to
breaking wood noise comes from behind them. A burned mummy, arms outstretched, limps towards them.
Is that the sacrifice or Ramlar?
No, that's Ramlar.
We have
That's the
The
sacrifice.
Ramlar.
Hello,
I
I'm a sacrifice.
No, not you,
I
Dave.
suppose the people
You can
throwing
sacrifice
themselves into the fire did the job.
Yeah, but
Fuck.
he doesn't look like he's. I say this as I'm leaving and we're looking back. He doesn't really seem like God, so I'm thinking maybe the sacrifice was disrupted enough where he's.
Did you say you looked back?
Yeah.
Oh no.
When you look back, you notice
Well, how would
the
Silas look at him?
mummy is no longer visible to you.
Oh, that wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Still
The mummy
bad.
is now in front of you.
Okay, yeah, super bad.
Is
I
it
blink- I
too
blink
late to
behind
run?
him.
You are caught
running.
mid-run by your throat.
Blinking, like disappearing and appearing behind him.
Fourth generation versus you.
You said Okay. Use words then, because I wasn't running. While I run, I wasn't running. So
All right, all right, Dickens. Xavier wills the vitae to his muscles inside of his leg, bringing them with undead magic as he speeds towards the exit, faster than a bolt of lightning. Even faster than himself, he feels the tight grip of burned ash and charred flesh around his throat, clenching towards him. If he was able to breathe, it would have cut off his blood supply, and he feels slightly dizzy. And completely unknown situation to him, having never been caught during such a maneuver before.
Still wasn't running.
I never said the word running. What you gonna do now? I'm trying to think of someone you'd know. Linford Christie, you wouldn't know who that is.
He's naming politicians he doesn't like.
No, he was a very fast runner.
Oh, okay, never mind.
What are you going to do now, Daley Thompson? And that's my list of athletes gone.
Lance Armstrong.
He's not doing drugs.
No, and he wants to run.
Would this be a wise time to leave?
We can try. I think Mr. God up over right here is kind of hungry, having just woke up, and pointing at Fawnie, I'm like, and we kind of just stole his breakfast.
My
Xavier
breakfast.
is tossed to one side. The Methuselah, ancient in its thought processes, completely alien to all of them, discards him like a piece of trash, turns his back on him, and begins lurching forward towards the rest of the group.
I step in front of Fawnie, using myself as a shield. Protecting
Is
her.
it going for any of us in particular?
You're probably too grouped up together to be able to ascertain what, but it would be a safe bet. It would probably be Fawnie.
I draw a pistol and put it to Fawnie's head. What? I would stop right there if I were you.
It stops.
It's your breakfast. And as I'm doing it, I start to step kind of sideways, so you feel the pressure of the barrel pushing in to the side of your head to move as we try to circle around.
I see what he's doing. I kind of push you in the same direction that he's pushing you. Still in front.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like where this is going.
Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
Strength, dexterity, please.
All right.
Ruh-roh.
Bum, bum, bum. I apologise for the untimely death of anybody in advance.
Caleb looks down, making sure his footing is able to commit to his plan. By the time he looks back to where his gun was, it is no longer in his hand and has been thrown to the back of the church into the flames.
That was my second favourite gun.
What's around us right now? Are there like more sconces on the wall?
Yeah, but you're kind of in the doorway.
So they're not within reach.
Not without possibly stopping yourself from being a meat shield for Fawny.
Nope, not going to do that. But I can tell Amon, throw a sconce at it.
Am I nearby a sconce?
Hey, you pick up fire. Throw it.
Having seen this thing just walk out of flames, go, what else are we gonna try? And I pick up if I'm near one. If not, I will go over to one. And I will grab it and attempt, I will use unerring aim to throw it at him.
Show me unerring aim. Do a rouse check for me, please.
That button's a rouse check, right? Yeah.
Okay. And do... dexterity. And ironically enough, firearms.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fire. But
And you're using your arm.
You guys are about to find out why I don't use this ability. Wait, hold on. I hit the wrong
Why do
button.
you have it then?
Because when I first used it, Shiv and I were
The
using
4th gen
dexterity
god
and
doesn't
melee, I
have
think.
Celerity 5, does he?
I mean, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
It was a difficulty 1, so...
Amon
Yeah.
throws the sconce at the mummy.
Nah, he only has 1.
The mummy turns its attention before someone can even blink. Catches the sconce, but unfortunately, the sconce still makes contact with the mummy, dazed as it was, and it catches fire.
I think that's our cue to leave.
Wasn't he already on fire?
No.
Oh, I thought you broke through... Yeah, I thought you walked through the
When
fire.
you said he was walking towards us, he was on fire.
First
I
of
guess he
all,
put himself out.
he
It's a way to prove.
Oh, sorry,
Dang.
she.
Pretty sure you said you were going to stop singing a while back.
Oh, yeah.
Does it seem like it reacts to the flame at all? Like once it catches fire?
I mean, it's certainly distracted. It's not going to stop, drop, and roll.
Well, I was just wondering if it maybe looked like it was causing it pain or anything like that. But no, it's distracted's good enough for me.
Yeah, the distraction and we're gone, right?
You're the ones with Fawny.
While my coterie is trying to figure out whether to run and keep this thing fucking alive so we can hunt us down later, I will stand up, pull my shotgun out, and try to shoot it in the back of the fucking head.
Composure and firearms, please.
Jesus, I'm like... You're all like, let's run, let's keep it alive. All right.
Well, it blinked or something earlier, so I'm slightly terrified of this thing.
Well, sure.
And well, I was thinking fire underground. We just let it burn to death.
It just grabbed me mid-blink. Like...
I know, that's why I'm terrified of it.
Yeah, that's why-
Xavier
that's why-
pulls out
can't
his
let it
trusty
live.
shotgun, cocks it. Ramlar finally turns his attention, just barely managing to focus on Xavier. It lets out some sort of pained, weird groan, almost as if it's shouting out for blood. Xavier takes one look at it and says, "Oh yeah? Well, fuck you too," and fires off several rounds into the burning mummy's face, blowing its head off into 1,000,000 tiny pieces. The burning corpse falls down and turns into ash.
And then I
As the
say,
corpse,
now you can leave. turn and walk away.
We're running away, and the corpse falls down. I'll lean over to Xavier. I'm like, now remember the conversation we had before we came here, and we're running. The conversation we had before we came here today about personal achievements. You just killed yourself a Methuselah, my boy. Well done.
I don't care. You're running as fast as you can.
I get where you're going with this, but this is like taking candy from a baby. He was probably the weakest he's ever been. I'm not calling that a win on killing a Methuselah.
Well, I mean, there's no pleasing some people.
As the group are running, Sidra and Fawnies are separated from the rest of them as they try to escape, getting lost in the kerfuffle. For the briefest of moments, Sidra and Fawnies notice the lights flicker and black out, but return a few moments later. Long enough for Sidra to lose her bearings. She can hear the sound of heavy breathing coming from around a nearby corner. She follows the sound of the scared, heavy breathing, as Sidra nervously rounds it, completely unaware of what she may find. She is slightly shaken as she finds waiting around the corner 2 Fawnies looking at each other in disbelief, and don't fucking go there.
Damn it!
Had a sandwich.
She went there.
I don't follow rules here.
We were all,
You're
well,
just
most,
fine.
some, I was thinking it as I said it, and I regretted saying it as I was doing it. I knew where it was going, but not until I was speaking it.
Guess you're the meat.
Anyway, so I have 2 Fawnies standing in front of me.
Don't.
I look back and forth between the 2 to see if I can find any physical differences.
They look perfectly, exactly the same.
I keep looking back and forth to see if I can find any differences in posture, body movements, and body language.
It's like staring at Fawny looking in the mirror. They each mirror each other's movements.
Fawny. I look back from one to the other.
Yes, Sidra.
I'm very sorry this is going to annoy the fuck out of you in real life, Fawny, but yes, Sidra.
I just said that.
Oh, okay. He's gonna.
No,
be
I
one
just
of
said
them
that.
again.
Then you need to do it a little higher pitch. And raise the level up.
You gotta put on your sexy voice, Shiv.
Well, you've got to do it higher. You've got to raise the level up a little bit. Raise the pitch
That's
up.
not what you think it is.
2 of us.
Again, I wasn't going there.
Fawny is apparently Welsh now.
It's my sexy voice.
Fawny, I know you love me. Tell me how. Give me something to know that it's you.
Well, I think the only way to be sure is to kill us both, and then you're safe at least. So I'm losing the Welsh accent there a bit.
Just a little bit. Do you remember the camping trip in the New Forest? Remember when I ate all the fudge and I got really sick, so you stayed up all night with me? Who else would that have been if not the real me?
It wasn't fudge, it was toffee.
God, I can't remember if it was fudge or toffee.
I'm not going to do the Welsh accent anymore.
Well, which one would I prefer?
Wait, how would you know what she was talking about unless she already said it.
How would I?
You just have to trust your instincts and see which one of us you believe. And now I'm going to roll on behalf of Fawny, unless you want to add something in, Fawny.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You're still not going to take my blood. Give me a lot to go like.
I think there's another.
What, that I don't like you?
Yeah, that's one of the things. Or that one. You can expand on them too. Oh, fuck.
What?
They rolled the same.
Huh.
Sidra looks at them both, still confused and unable to ascertain which one is the real Fawny.
Fawny, you know I have purposely never asked for your blood before tonight. You know why that would be weird.
There's boundaries, man. There's boundaries. We talked about bodily fluids. We had to draw the line somewhere. And just because we're girls doesn't mean we got to go there.
But if you remember, and I'm looking at both of them now, I'm the one that drew that line. Do you know why?
No, not really.
The other Fawny didn't say anything?
The other four, I'm waiting to see if there's more to add before Phony. Phony!
Phony!
Phony.
Says her thing. Which I can't remember what it was now. So now I'm playing for time.
I was addressing whether or not Fawny knew why I said I would never take her blood.
Phony is going to say, it doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters is you getting yourself out safely. If you have to leave both of us here, then that's the way it has to be, as long as you're safe. That's all that matters to me. Do you want me to do a roll for each?
Yeah, do a roll.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Phony would be more convincing in that regard. Or at least what Sidra wants to hear.
Fawny has 3.
Yeah.
I'm re-rolling.
Can only reroll 1 though.
Yeah.
All 3.
I mean, I could. Fuck. Come on, Traven, give me one of those re-rolls.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Fucking Alcavians. So you are erring towards Fawny, believing her to be honest, truthful, perhaps even the real Fawny. Fucking dice.
I need to figure out what to do.
Does the priestess get a beast?
Oh, good question. Does the priestess get a beast?
No.
It's me. Who else would I be?
I just need something to know. To know it's you.
And what are you going to do with it?
I'm going to kill the fake one.
Okay.
Phony,
Do what you want.
Phony, on hearing this, reaches up, pulls her long hair up a bit, and takes off a necklace, and hands it to Sidra. No matter what you do, you'll choose the right thing. Take this with you, and remember me always.
This necklace isn't for me. And I'm even more mistrusting now.
Would you like a roll?
Yes, please.
Okay. Come on. Yes!
Isn't there something Sidra would be able to roll to kind of like when the conversation I had with the fake wife, or I don't know.
Shut up, you kids, or I'm taking this game and I'm going right back home.
Are you mocking me?
No, I'm mocking our mom.
Oh, okay.
No, I asked this before. And it's something I said I would never ask you. But one way to make this easy. And to keep you safe. I just want to keep you safe. I just need a drop of blood from each of you. Then I'll know who the real Fawnie is.
Didn't I already just agree to that?
If you did, hold your hand out.
Do what you must.
I pick her hand up. Hopefully this is within Twitch terms of service. And use my fang to pierce the tip and taste one drop of blood using taste of blood.
Just the tip, though?
Just the tip.
Tip's the biggest part.
And which Fawnie are you doing that? I'm not even going to end that sentence. Phony says you can do the
So
same
unless-
to me if you so wish, of course.
Then I do it to both and use taste of blood on both.
Okay. Excellent. Do taste of blood for me, please. For Fawnie. And you'll know that is kind blood. Do taste of blood again for me for Phony. And you'll know that is kindred blood.
I stab Phony.
I would like you to do a resolve and composure test for me, please. Sidra takes Windashi, and in one smooth, elegant move, spins on her heel and decapitates what she initially thought was Fawnie. The body falls to the ground, and before Sidra's eyes, it slowly morphs back into a familiar Setite priest.
Oh, thank God. At which point, I gather the real Fawnie into my arms in a very tight embrace.
Of course.
How did that happen?
This music is sinister.
Just a little bit.
You didn't die.
Well,
I didn't kill you.
Now you have the issue of trying to catch back up with the rest of the coterie.
So I'm catching up with them. They haven't been left behind from me.
I I mean, the first person you probably would have ran into was Amon, because as soon as you were missing from the group, I would have tried to double back.
I would say to Caleb, because he's the adult in this situation for what I'm about to bring up. But
Jesus,
I would tell
really?
him.
Right.
I would. I know, right? We need to preserve the Masquerade. If Fawnie is Kindred or kind and finds out that she's Kindred, can't be left alive, or we modify her memory.
I can
Like a Men in Black
attempt
flashy
to. I can attempt to make her forget. But I have a standing order to execute Plan B if I must.
Lobotomy
Let's
or
hope the
death?
first one works. Yeah,
Bless you.
my job.
Bless you.
Hey, I thought you're not supposed to bless me. Aren't you all vampires?
It's not true faith. It's okay.
I should tell you about the La Sombra sometime and their ties to the Catholic Church.
Mm.
It's like, bless you. Aggravate the damage.
How are you going to? How are you going to wipe the memory?
So have they caught back up again? I'm assuming that's happened.
Yeah.
I believe. I just want to check. Because she's immortal and she won't see it coming. I'm going to use. yeah, pretty much. I'll quickly just take Sidra aside before I do what I'm about to do. You have to be very explicit with me for this to work. What does she know?
We have purposely discussed nothing.
Would it not be more
Just wait
simple
for Chip to
make
say
a-
something.
I was thinking.
Oh,
I thought about it, but I think Sidra was very clever with her wording there, so I've got nothing.
You understand she becomes the job if you're lying to me. My
It's
job.
not something I would lie to you about. I don't lie.
You can just be economic with the truth. Well,
I care for her more than anything else in the world. And
Which
I
is
also
why-
know the importance of the Masquerade. And that's why I have purposely kept her separate from that.
I'm going to look over to Xavier and gesture him over. Our conversation. What do you think we should do?
Sidra hasn't given me a reason to distrust her thus far. Let's hope she's being honest. I just know out of this group, I haven't been punished, but I've been come after more than anybody for breaking the Masquerade. I'll be damned. I end up getting killed this time because of something like this where we could have stopped it.
I see where you're going with this. Wipe her memory of this night. It's wipe her memory of anything dealing with the Setites. I would be more than happy with that.
That's kind of what I said. In these situations, I'm always in favor of trying to wipe the memory first. You have to kill a loved one.
I don't think I can completely wipe her memory of the Setites. Cloud memory only. It's cloud memory shit. Cloud memory only works so far. What's the limitations?
Just looking it up now.
Yeah.
This one out of my ear.
I can at least make her forget that she's seen a decapitation. That might help.
That
Or,
would help, yeah.
most of what's happened this evening. At least.
Stand up.
Which one was it? Cloud memory.
Yeah.
Last few minutes.
Ooh. I mean, it would probably be enough.
How much is a
For-
few?
5.
It would be enough.
How long
because
would
it would be the
Oh, she's harsh.
decapitation and
2.
the blood tasting.
That's a few.
No, 2 is a couple.
You're kind of quiet, Amon.
I'm farther away from my mic, sorry.
Oh, okay.
And how long has it been since that scene played out with Sidra and the two?
Probably about 5 minutes. But the entire length of that would have been longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you have the forgetful mind?
No.
Never mind then.
That's
Forgetful what?
The forgetful mind.
Dominate
I
power.
forget what
right?
it does.
Forget for what?
I think clouded memory is kind of like lower level one. It's kind of like compel. You like one word and it's a little bit. Forgetful mind, I think it allows you to make up like whole fake
You
memories.
rewrite. You rewrite the memory. Yeah, we've done that once. The doctor did it once on somebody. I can't remember who it was.
We asked him
have-
to do it on my wife, but we never did it.
I have one other solution, but you're not going to like it. It will save me putting a bullet in the back of her skull.
What?
You're right, she ain't gonna like that.
I could make her believe she'd lost her mind. Chalk this all up to paranoid delusion. Are you prepared to deal with the consequences of that?
If it keeps her safe, yes.
I walk over to Fawny and just take her cheek gently. Activating dementation, I say to her, "You need to wake up, darling. You're having a nightmare."
Rouse check for me, please. Gain a hunger. And do manipulation and dominate, please.
Is it because it's immortal? Is it the same? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Right. Oh no, I didn't do that properly. Hang on. Sorry, forgot to click discipline. Try it again.
Oh god.
What just
Ooh, critical.
Ooh.
No sooner has Caleb uttered those words
I mean, I've been accused of worse.
than they start to echo inside of Fawny's skull, constantly reverberating. Fawny becomes obsessed with the idea that she's asleep all the time, that none of this is real, that this is a complete nightmare, and begins to suffer from the start of an absolute psychological break.
Real bummer too, because we used to have a padded room.
Yeah, we did used to have a padded room.
It's in kind of
Talk to
disrepair.
Kalo.
That would have made it worse.
I mean, I've been accused of worse than being crazy.
This isn't crazy. This is beyond crazy. This is Ozzy Osbourne in room 101, padded cell, curl yourself up in a ball and see how often you can bounce off the walls kind of crazy.
Psychological war type, yeah.
You are
You're still
absolutely... You are... Fawny... I'm going to say Fawny because it's not very nice, but Fawny is absolutely mentally broken from now until the rest of time.
Sorry for saving your life.
She's
Is there a worst girl you've ever had? Is there a mental hospital in Oxford?
Yes. I don't know why I had to think about it. I've fucking been there.
Yeah, what's it called?
Warnford.
Wanford?
Warnford, yeah.
Warnford?
Wait! We went when we met with Dez's character. Was that where?
Oh.
I mean, Des has done a disappearing act.
But
He
that
has.
character's still there.
Yeah.
I forgot what he was, like the seer or something like that.
Yeah.
the Oracle.
The Oracle. That was it.
Haven't met him yet. I really want to.
Yeah,
Well-
dude.
I gather her up in my arms in a hug as much as she'll let me. And say, Amon, will you take us to Wanford?
Yeah. We'll go there first.
I pat Caleb on the back and I say, I really hope she wasn't completely innocent.
Caleb
Seems
is-
like it would have been better to just ghoul her rather than breaking her mind and leave her tortured for all eternity.
Thanks,
Hindsight's
Captain Hindsight.
20. Yeah, but where were you? Where were you when it mattered? You know what, though? Good idea for the future, though. Today we learned at the cost.
Arguably a fate worse than
So
death.
bad. That's so bad.
Right.
This was.
Well, I didn't realize it was my job to tell everyone what they should or shouldn't be doing.
I feel like that's Silas's job all the time.
Advice? Yeah, we're driving in the rain. We always drive in the rain.
I mean, sure, it's not your job. You could fuck off and not be a part of the coterie, too. You want to be here, help out. Hey.
What were you saying, Sidra?
Take her to Wanford.
Oh, I thought you were okay.
Silas, I was saying advice is always welcome.
Yeah.
Help a brother out.
Yeah, if anything, though, I mean, I don't want to speak for Sidra, but I have a feeling that she probably didn't want to ghoul her to begin with.
I'm sure the choice crossed her mind.
It crosses all of our minds, trust me.
Perhaps at some point, someone more skilled or masterful in mind manipulation can fix this.
Silas, please be quiet.
Very well.
And Caleb's going to go rather uncharacteristically silent for the rest of the car ride.
Okay. How horrible shall I be? You drive to the Wanford.
It's already been horrible.
It's a VTM game.
Xavier is in favour of just dumping Fawny out and leaving her on the doorstep, much against Sidra's
That is-
protests.
That would not be true. I would not do anything to piss Sidra off right now. I am smarter than that.
Sidra is given the decency of privacy to take Fawny inside to the Wanford and allow her to be checked in. She comes back to the car, sullen and seemingly broken herself.
Before... Give me a moment. I lead Fawny into the hospital, fill out the paperwork, check her in, and before they take her away, I put my hand on her cheek, give her a kiss, and say, I will always love you.
Are you?
And at that point, I walk out.
As you're leaving, one of the staff members says, she'll be fine here. Tuesdays is Frogurt night.
It's the first.
How did you know?
I know your supplier. I walk out.
Just flavor wise, I would have
Strawberry.
followed Sidra in. I would have followed Sidra in, but I would have let her like be alone with Fawny and whatnot. I would have just been in the waiting room kind of area and then leave when she leaves.
Sidra. 2 humanity stains.
Figured. Actually, it was counting on worse.
She didn't die.
I think she
Physically.
still be 2 humanity stains. Oh, okay.
You head back into the car. Armand starts the vehicle with a heavy silence. It glides through the rain along the Oxford streets. Where would you like to go?
Ahmad, you can drop me off at Elise.
Should I drop
Anybody
you
can
off?
come along if they want. I need to talk to Pandora.
Okay.
I don't want to see Pandora right now.
Acceptable.
Do you want me to drop you off at your place before?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Caleb, you probably want to come with me. I mean, for what I want to talk
Probably for the
about, not to see Pandora. Sorry.
Probably for the best.
Just friends.
We'll skip the evil scene I have in mind
I want to
with
see
Sidra.
Pandora, so...
Oh, you're gonna skip the evil stuff. That's the
All right,
What
then.
are you skipping?
All right.
Wait, what are you skipping? Wait.
He said he was gonna skip the evil stuff, and it's VTM. That's the fun stuff.
I'm going to feel like a complete bastard after this scene. So
Oh,
Phil's
Lord.
character.
I apologize in advance. Sidra,
God, it's Koal there.
maybe, enters her haven. As she does,
Oh.
she walks inside, placing Windashi on one of the side shelves. Sat in front of a closed fireplace is Kulal, legs crossed, waiting patiently. Sister, I noticed that the church you were tasked to go to today has been reported as being burned down by Satanists.
The sacrifice was stopped. The ritual was not completed.
Excellent
Ramlar
work.
may possibly no longer exist.
And how did that come to be?
Well, first we set it on fire. And then... I can't remember, did they ever shoot it? Yeah. And then the corpse got shot.
Excellent. Even a Methuselah will have difficulty coming back from that. And what news of the sacrifice?
The sacrifice lives.
Was the sacrifice mortal?
Yes.
And you've allowed a masquerade breach to go free?
The sacrifice is now insane. She remembers nothing.
An
Sidra's
excellent
voice
result.
breaks while saying that.
Kulal doesn't even notice. Quite coldly, carries on. An excellent result. I trust you were able to bring swift justice to those responsible.
The priest, an assistant, and several others no longer have their lives.
Wow, she just kills it. I just went to go pee.
It's amazing what she gets up to.
To recap.
Excellent.
Somebody have
A blow that the beast will have a lot of time to recover from. And with Ramlar out of the question, it would also seem that we will have to not worry so much about the Church of Set. The Ministry, however, are still active in the area. You seem troubled, child.
It was a hard night.
But why? You were so successful.
There are still certain conditions that you can feel for a mortal. And while we saved the sacrifice from being killed, therefore not completing the ritual, she might as well be dead.
This does have its advantages, however, Sidra. At some point, you will outlive this mortal. With a state of vegetation, it will not be quite such a harsh sting. It was inevitable that any mortal in your unlife will fall well before you do. Take it as a lesson, but do not lose sight of your humanity.
That was my humanity.
Then take solace that it is still alive.
Thank you for your words of wisdom. Very cold.
Sidra, I have lost many mortals in my time. The first one hurts the most. The second one, not as much. By the time the third one is lost, you seem to stop caring and move on to the next one. Remember that we are well above them. When you were mortal, did you grieve for the dead pig in your ham sandwich?
Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
That will be all. You have done excellently.
Thank you.
Blessed be, child.
I hold the door open for him as he leaves.
In this state of complete unawareness, he nods and gives you a small smile as he exits your haven.
The smallest polite bow.
So pat her on the fucking head. What a dick.
I'm sorry, that entire scene, all I could think of was, so what happened to the Methuselah? Oh, just a little bit of...
I'm sorry for being a massive dick.
I like seeing how Sidra reacts really well to those situations, though.
Doesn't help me feel any better about myself.
You mean the caring about your family situations?
Yeah.
I just meant like role playing in general.
I
Just
know. I'm
That's
making
good.
fucking fun of a mom.
Meanwhile, across the city,
Back at Elysium.
who's going into Elysium?
I'll go.
Yeah, me as well.
I think
I'd
Silas
go.
will go in.
I go, but when they all go to Pandora, I go and actually sit at the bar.
I grab Amon and say, "No, I need you for this. Trust me."
Do you really?
Yes.
Pandora is sat in her usual scarlet lit booth. Lorvan, in the shadows, reading a book. Boat. Aqua boat down. And various other kindred are dotted around the place. Watership down, Armon.
I don't. The reference is lost on me. I was half paying attention. Just ignore me and continue.
Xavier, Caleb, and Silas enter Elysium. That was me ignoring you, Armon.
Oh, okay. I'm like, did I do something wrong? Is the DM leaving me out now? Okay. That's fine. That was my fault anyway.
Well, grab some veto from the bar on the way over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You may slake one hunger. Who's going where?
I walk over to Pandora, and as I go to sit down, I pull a piece of paper out of my pocket.
I literally grabbed the veto and carried on following Xavier. I was like, bend them off.
Okay.
I would have been in the
unless
bar.
there's-
I'm here.
Let Silas speak.
God, Silas.
Unless Xavier stops him, Silas would follow.
Person's trying the door again. They're fucked.
I would have
hope it's
tried
your
to grab a
wife.
drink. Husband, though, I've been locked out.
My house now.
Yeah, I would have tried to sit at the bar and grab a drink, but I guess Xavier's grabbing me by the ear and dragging me.
I mean, I would let you get a drink, but I would make sure you come to the table and don't just sulk at the bar, though. So if you
I'm
grab,
Right.
imagining that
It's
scene
what I'm
from
good at.
Scrooge, where she's grabbing.
It's what I'm good at, Cedar. Let me out. I'm kidding.
Pandora stands to greet you. Would any of you care for a drink? I see Caleb has already helped himself.
I'd have a drink too.
Xavier,
I mean-
Silas.
I look at Silas.
Uh,
Yeah, we'll take.
I'm quite fine. Thank you for the offer.
You'll take a drink, Silas.
Very well.
Thank you, Xavier. Thank you,
They
baby.
were
Caleb,
answers.
Caleb literally grabbed his glass, just slugged it and slammed it back on the bar as he continued following Xavier. Right.
She lifts up 3 fingers to the barman. I'm regretting everything I say when those two are just sat there judging me. And motions to her table. The barman shuffles over and hands them each a whiskey tumbler filled with vitae. You may all slake one hunger. So,
I'm so used to being at high hunger that I actually grabbed that drink and it's of no use to me.
how may I be of assistance to you tonight? Do you have something interesting to share?
I do.
Go on. And she will lean back and you can hear the creak of leather.
So as I'm explaining this, I unroll the blueprint. So on our excursions, you know that we've uncovered some information about the Second Inquisition.
I've told you not to bring your children here, Xavier.
The moment he starts to speak.
Sod's law in it.
10:30. We're home at 10 and they're getting restless.
Yeah.
Keep telling you, adoption centres make great creches. And if you don't want the same child, you can just get a new one.
She just said, "What the heck?" Right when you said the adoption thing. Great. Anyways, I have a contact that we're able to get me the, and I'll unroll them. Supposedly, my sire is handing them information.
I see.
So I've got a couple of reasons I want to infiltrate this place, and I was curious if you had any insight to it.
Insight into a different town is something I'm afraid I can't provide you with. However, you wish to assault this building?
My headphones cut out when you said the word.
You wish to assault this? You wish to assault this building?
I don't know if assault is the correct word. Maybe if we could infiltrate without assaulting, but assault usually ends up happening as you. Yeah.
Before
Probably
Bandor
right
even
about
says
that.
anything, I just pipe up and say assault would be a death sentence.
You overestimate the Second Inquisition.
I mean,
I don't want to underestimate them either, though.
we did come face to face with some soldiers that probably would have kicked our ass if it wasn't for the sheriff.
The sheriff informed me. Those are rare elite units. Clearly the Church of Set was not being particularly quiet. Sadly, it was you that was caught in the crossfire, not the Church of Set.
I
However,
mean,
if you wish to commit to this operation, I believe the Camarilla would actually be able to assist you.
oh,
We can grant you a particularly effective weapon.
I look over to Caleb because he had just talked about getting weapons.
Is this news to me? You told me some stuff before. Is this the same thing?
Well, I gotta say, just purely coming from the fact that I'm the one talking right now, you assisting any type of help is pretty surprising.
The Second Inquisition aligns with our policy of eradication. Usually we would prefer, of course, to rely on the Masquerade, but something this close to our doorstep, we can make an exception. And it's
Raise an
not like...
eyebrow at that.
And I also know you, Xavier. It wouldn't matter what I say. You're going to go there, aren't you?
I mean, I kind of told you, yeah.
I would
have-
prefer to keep my assets secure.
Thanks.
I can have a weapon ready. It will assist you. The only issue is you will have to be very careful to keep this weapon under great control. I fear that not even you could withstand it. But I certainly look forward to seeing it.
That mildly arouses me.
Really? Because it moderately arouses me.
Yeah. So we can just go in loud and eradicate this whole place.
Loud is subjective. The Masquerade always applies.
You know
But your sire is no member of the Camarilla. The traditions do not apply. You have an Alistor with you. And I believe we can arrange a particularly effective assassin to join you on this venture.
I look at Amon and just crack a smile. Long as the Scourge isn't coming after my ass during this whole fucking thing, I'm fine.
I believe the Scourge is familiar with the assassin, at least in passing.
Oh, I'm well aware of who they are and what clan they belong to.
This assassin has recently arrived from the Gehenna Wars.
Oh.
It's no fun over there at the moment, I can tell you that. Is he,
She?
well, this is going to be rich coming from me, but is he all there?
I can assure you that this assassin is physically complete.
I think he meets up here and I tap my head.
Of, which clan do they owe their loyalty?
They're a child of the hunt.
That makes sense, I guess. Kind of what they do.
I do look forward to seeing how well you can keep yourself in check around her.
Pandora, I'm just going to state the obvious here. I'm not very personable, and I tend to be a dick to everybody, and I'm very blunt. So
I know.
we might complete this, and then I might get killed completely after because I have been.
I shall have a drink in your honor if it happens. Don't fear.
Could you name that drink after me? I hear they name drinks after you if you do something commendable and die.
I'm sure whatever drink we make, it will have just a dash of love in it.
Break my heart, Cyberpunk.
Tell me about it. So,
I think that's... You wait until you see what happens later. That broke my heart.
Oh, that's serious because you don't have one.
Should be in a wooden box in a different country.
Oh, we can find it and stake it.
us plus this unknown assistant versus whatever they've got behind those walls. Quite frankly, after tonight, and after our run-in with the abomination before, and Caleb does the very rare thing that he only does when he's the Chandler thing that he does when he's stressed, which is take a cigarette out from the inside.
Yes, the abomination. Silas, Xavier, could you afford us a moment of privacy, please?
You want them on here too?
I do. Please,
All right.
Oh,
buck off.
Silas would nod and he would walk away.
Come on,
I walk.
Caleb. As fellow members of our social club, I would like to inform you that Vesh is safe. The Mithraians have decided to take action against the abomination. Should you attempt a full assault, they will fight by your side. A plan
that's good news.
is being concocted that will assist you greatly. We can still not guarantee your success, though, even should the plan be successful. Quite the opposite.
Well, I was an operator in life, and I'm an operator in death. I understand the risks that come with anything like this.
I can't see
I'm
you
new to
performing
the team.
surgery on an abomination.
It's just a literal thing, doesn't it? I'm new to the team. You and Vesh, pecking order, hierarchy. Shed some light on that for me?
Vesh is the Pator of the Mithraians for the Camarilla. He is as close to leader for the current group of the Camarilla of Oxford as one can be. Before him, it was his sire. His sire was disposed of in the traditional Mithraic manner.
Interesting. Apprentice taking the master's place. Is that what you're implying?
Something like that. They followed
And
in the steps of Mithras himself.
if Vesh were to perish, who would take Vesh's place?
I'm not subject to the hierarchy of the cult. But I believe if Vesh's child is beneath him, it would be that person.
Yeah, we definitely need to keep him alive then.
Do we know where Vesh's child is?
Where? No. Who? Yes.
The upstart Black Rose.
Yep. She's, and I'm saying this for Ventru, is pretty full of herself.
So she
But it was
would be
awfully
on
fun
board with
seeing
the
her
plan.
lose the position of Harpy, was it not?
It was.
Amon, do you remember the story I told you earlier on today about the cow with a grenade in its mouth?
Yeah.
I think we're done here, and I'll turn back to... Unless there was any more information to be had.
Nothing yet, but I believe you have your hands full planning an assault.
But motion for everyone to come away from earshot.
Before you go, meet back here in Elysium. The assassin will be ready and will join you from here. I also want to see the look on Xavier's face the first time they meet. I believe that might give me a thrill I haven't experienced for hundreds of years.
Well, you've got to get to Jolly somewhere. All right then, Amon, let's...
Is it my wife? Like, what the fuck?
Kinda wish it
No,
was.
probably.
And as we leave sort of earshot of that conversation, turn into Amon. This Ventru, the egotistical one.
Mm-hmm.
So if Vesh were to... Well, Vesh were to pass, this Ventru would be in charge of the cult. That's what you're telling me.
If the pecking order continues as it has, I'd assume yes.
Perhaps we need to have a conversation with her about using old Vesh as bait.
I'd much rather use her. But yeah, I agree. Although,
There's incentive for her to help,
true.
if that's the
Not
case.
sure how. At this point, I'm on board with it, but I don't know how the other members will be.
Well,
Xavier probably.
We leave that to this venture to figure out. Well, I mean, you saw the abomination's mouth. It looks wide enough to swallow a bunch of plastic explosive.
Yeah.
Then I'm sure I don't have to put two and two together for you here to see what I'm getting at.
No, I can pretty much gather what you're putting down.
Well, we do have an assaulted plan in the meantime, but we'll see if we can find this. Well, I was about to say egotistical venture, but that seems like a redundant phrase, doesn't it?
You know, I haven't met many venture, but I didn't have to know the stereotype to know who she was.
Well, I'm sure a seat on the throne is going to be more than enough to get her to play ball.
Yeah, let's just try not to let that happen. Do the others come back over?
She didn't invite us back over. I just stay away.
Well, I think we got up to walk away, and I think Caleb gestured for you.
Oh,
Unless Pandora's just sat there going, I can fucking hear every word.
Yeah. You want to do what with Vesh?
Yes.
I think you're muted, Silas.
So are you having this explosives conversation with us there then?
Yeah, I led Amon back over to get everyone in earshot. Sorry, I didn't
Tracking.
make that clear. Apologies.
You're fine. Yes, I mean, using the abomination once as bait and feeding the abomination a mouthful of C4 astrolite or something would absolutely be effective. I worry about the difficulty of getting the explosives down its gullet.
Well, I mean, that's why we wrap it up in a lovely meat platter of Vesh.
Yeah, so
But go ahead.
It's the
We
myth
talked about
rare, is it not?
we talked about this earlier. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this out here that nobody gonna let that fucking happen.
Yes,
So
I
the other
believe.
side of it is you get a lookalike.
Yes, I believe Vesh would not volunteer for such a thing. At least from the very limited interaction I had with him, he seemed well above that. I did.
Well,
Silas did
that's
meet Vesh,
why.
right?
Did Silas meet Vesh?
I think so.
Never
mind. Then.
You were there.
No, he
Yeah.
met him because then he and I
Okay.
walked outside while you all talked about stuff. He met him.
Okay. But I don't believe Vesh would agree to that. But hypothetically, if he would, I believe the abomination drains its victims. If only we could get the explosives inside the abomination.
Well, if Vesh, which I understandably know that he probably wouldn't agree to this, doesn't want to do it. He's not the only one that the abomination is looking for. He was just the next marked target. As far as we know, he's looking for a guy wearing this. Points at my mask.
I mean, I'm all for walking into a place with our pants down, but I think we should gather a little more information about this thing. specifically about the time of day we're not around and see if we could take advantage of it during the day?
Grand idea.
I mean, between ghouls, contacts, between everybody in this room.
True.
What we need is some sort of tank with explosive rounds.
I guess the point is, if Vesh is going to help us with anything, hey, bro, you got a ghoul or 5 that can help recon during the day? We got locations of where it supposedly hides out and sleeps. Get as much information as you can. You might lose 1 or 2, or all of them.
Well, I was party to quite a bit of field reconnaissance over the years, both regular and nocturnal. I can stake the Second Inquisition place out effectively. I'm confident I can do it without drawing any attention to myself.
I'm not worried about the Second Inquisition place. I'm talking about the places that the Abomination sleeps or cozies up in. Because if it does sleep, we might be able to get the jump on him. Let's be honest here. His greatest threats are those of the supernatural or magical. Okay, it might be super fucking strong, but let's be honest. Hundreds of werewolves go at this thing, it might die, right? So it's still got a threat. Ideally, you neutralize those threats by possibly sleeping when they do.
Pandora stands up, gestures to Xavier to come back and sit at her table.
Hold on, Mom's calling. Go over to Pandora.
When you meet...
No, I don't know where she's at. As soon as I sit down, I don't know where she's at.
Of course you don't. I haven't even told you her name yet.
I was talking about Sidra, but okay.
Sidra is busy with other things.
Oh, I'm well aware.
You will meet the Banu Hakim assassin Catherine Valorn here in Elysium. I warn you, though, Xavier, she is very likely to kill you as she is to assist you. Make sure that her frenzy and fury is targeted in the correct manner.
Thanks.
Take some blood with you just in case you need to appease her. I do worry for your personal safety.
Can I fuck off, please?
Yes, fuck off.
I walk back over and I say, well, that big fucking help was a big waste of my fucking time, apparently. I have to babysit.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Apparently,
What do you
our
do?
friend here, I have to babysit with blood because if she gets too pissed off and I don't make sure that she's targeting the right people, she'll just kill me.
ANR makes sense.
Yeah, gee, thanks.
I mean, sorry, but
Once again, I'm offered help I really didn't ask for. I asked for insight. She's like, I don't have insight. I have this thing that might kill you.
And Caleb stops a second and he looks at his shoulder holsters and suddenly remembers there's one gun because he lost the other one in the church. Okay. Fuck. And shows me a pistol. Agreed, we don't like her now.
Well,
I can't wait for this.
if this individual or assassin is as deadly as they're said to be and a threat to you, then surely they'd be an advantageous asset to use. Certainly powerful, wouldn't they?
Yes. But I have to make sure that I keep their frenzy under control. It's my responsibility. Or she'll kill me.
I see. Well, luckily, that's not my responsibility. So,
Yep, well aware you are not here to assist us in any way.
oh, I will certainly help. It's just I'm quite happy to not be in the line of fire if I can help it.
I'll be sure to make your life a living hell if I can, to make sure you are in the line of fire.
I will make sure to help you in every way I can so that doesn't happen.
I lean into Silas and I just go, I think he likes you.
And on that happy note, we'll call it in here. Okay, info dump, because we've got a lot of info to dump. First of all, big thank you to our most recent special new guest, Fawnie. You did wonderfully. Very good. Thank you. This is literally the first time you've ever done anything like this, and you were phenomenal.
It is. It absolutely is. So sorry if I stumble. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I did great.
Congrats, you're a nerd now.
Yeah.
I was already
Well,
a
no,
nerd.
No, I mean, like you've been
Nerd by association.
Oh.
Second of all, thank you to our other special guest, Mark from the Boulette Club. I hope I pronounced that right.
Always good to be on. Yeah. It's good to be on, as always.
Check out the info I've just put in Twitch if you want to catch more of Mark doing his thing. It's please tell us.
Yeah, twitch.tv/The Bullet Club. As I'm sure most people are this coming weekend, not doing a thing because it's the old Christmas day. But I think we're recording something in the week that we're going to throw up on Twitch. That if you're full of food at the end of the day, give it a watch. Just sort of a QA type thing, along with explaining everything that happened in our campaign, sort of pre-stream.
Excellent.
Well, I don't get out. What does that mean? Hopefully, this will explain all. So that's the idea. Other than that, I'm going to be here on and off at Shiv's whim, I'm sure. Yeah.
You guys go check out the Bullet Club. They have a magic robot dragon that's named after Amon.
Yeah. We named it after you play a character. Yeah.
He loves reading, which is totally not what Amon's into. But I don't care. It's a giant robot dragon.
And the ironic thing is, Nitro in real life can't read.
I can't.
Next week,
Yeah,
I'm on.
Next week.
Give me some dates.
Next week, the 26th, is our Victorian holiday special with 2 special guests.
We can announce the special guests. We've got Top Hat Gamer and Bully from Table Goth. This is going to be an introductory session to Victorian, not quite a session 0. It's highly experimental for me as a storyteller. We'll see how it goes. When Star Trek Adventures are on?
That is Monday the 28th at a different starting time. Normally we start at 11 or 23:30 UTC. and I can't do the math right now, but it's starting at 4:30 Eastern on Monday the 28th.
And for that, we have two special guests as well. Mark from Boulette Club and Cassandra from Lamia's. It's going to be busy. And then not next week, but the week after that, as has been set up, we have a very special guest for London's Burning, alongside our other special guest, Mark from Boulette Club.
Stop being a special guest.
When he says, "Can I just fucking join the game now permanently?"
How long were you still calling Fast Guy a special guest for?
Oh, he'll always be a special guest, but we mean it in a different sense of the word special.
Also, I think we finally considered him part of the quote-unquote coterie, and then he died, so...
Yeah, good point.
Finally accepted him, maybe.
It was a scripted death, but still death.
I think recurring characters more accurate at this point, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Special recurring guest character.
Yeah.
Grand Poobah.
Yeah.
I'll give you all the titles. Oh, and I've just heard, so I've only just been able to check, Vancouver by Night is over on the main World of Darkness Twitch right now. So guess where we're going to go a raiding?
That place?
Damn right we are. As soon as I can bring up the thing, because efficient I am not. Alright. We're going to be like a drop in the ocean to this, but still.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming. And we can't go until Caleb says the line.
Oh, he doesn't.
Good boy.
Does it for me.
That was a very Caleb way of doing it.